William Safir in Atlanta, Georgia. Pleased and happy to be um, back here in the ATL. Uh, Spent the last, I don't like to call them weeks, last strong 7 out on the West Coast in California, visiting a very dear friend that the doctors had uh, announced that, he may have just had a few days left on this side, this earthly journey that we call life. Uh, Interesting experience. And we'll just start with that. And it kind of it shows the power of what Allah has blessed us with here in the University Online Learning course, uh, studying the science, the technology, the methodology that has been developed by our international instructor, Benjamin Bilal, the genetics, which helps all of us understand revelation, the Allah's guidance for us at a much deeper, more profound, much more meaningful level. We were able during the course of the visit, a very dear friend who very well maybe looking at the last days of his earthly journey. But we were able to visit him in a state of mind and in a spirit that I think is, I know definitely for me, I was able to share, something from a very deep place inside of myself, and to do that in a way where emotions definitely were involved, but the light of truth was shining through to a point where there was a shift. This brother's family had pretty much, he said he had gotten so weak, they were looking for him to transition, maybe even before I was able to travel from Atlanta out to Los Angeles. But as it turned out, sharing just some of the thoughts that we've been able to understand from the Qur'an, from examining the fitrah and the power in words. I saw this brother's whole energy just shift from one of just giving up on this life experience to one of where he seemed to have moved into this state of mind and heart where he said, I'm going to live this life fully with every breath that I take, and I'm going to experience all that there is to experience in every breath that I take. And to see him go from being, almost despondent to a point where, where he's really not only holding on to life, but celebrating life, and this may be his last day,
Alhamdulillah.
you but he moved to a state of celebration. And he shared with me that his intentions, and he said, I'm going to feel better tomorrow. You know, and he's still with us. Uh, quite an experience. Quite an experience. I had already experienced my dad transitioning just a few years ago, and that was a different experience. but to see how just, breathing in this truth, breathing in Allah's inspiration, Allah's motivation, uh, the breath of life, just breathing that in. And this brother had mastered quite a bit of uh, the Quranic Arabic. And so he was able to uh, get a very clear understanding of where he was, and and he actually was able to speak to our international instructor, and they had this conversation back and forth, and the conversation lasted what, 30, 35 minutes, and it was amazing. I was just listening, but just to see how his energy shifted and how he really got a better appreciation for the life experience. I know I did just listening, the exchange between international instructor and this particular brother. So I just want to share that with you all. It was a very unique experience. It shows the power of what Allah has given us in the Qur'an, and the words. Don't take them lightly. That's what I'm sharing with you all now. Do not take your words lightly. Do not take the words that Allah has given us in the Qur'an, or as we have seen studying phonetics, not only the words, but the letters in the words. That is the difference between having or not having life, as we go through each moment of our day. So pay attention, pay very close attention. Again, this is not just an academic exercise, just something that's, we're not here to be entertained. We're not here just to share knowledge for knowledge's sake. But this knowledge is the difference between having and not having life. So if you haven't not yet already, get your writing material out, get your pens, your pencils, your paper, and listen very intently and make notes, and don't take the notes that you take for granted. After a class, then you want to look, this is class, remember that. So after class, you want to look back at your notes. You want to research and do your own due diligence, your own research, your own study, so that make sure that you understand, because this will make the difference between living the life that Allah has blessed you with and just barely having mineral existence, where you're just here, just existing. So I just want to get us off to that kind of a start, of gratitude, of appreciation of what Allah has given us, and to see it in real time, is a blessing. It's an opportunity, and I know it certainly has given me a recommitment, to take this life more seriously, in a way where you want to give it more. We never know when we will take our last breath, and when we really consider that the thing that's called mortality, then you take each moment and you value it more. So be prepared for what the international instructor is sharing with us here in this presentation. It does have that power to sustain us, to give us the nutrient value, if you will, that's in the words, that's in the letters, and will help us to be able to not only experience our day, our moment more fully, but be able to also share that with our loved ones, with our family, and uh, and with the whole humanity. So um, just join me in this dua. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. And that is, Source Creator, grant us the excellence of this dunya, of this life, and the excellence of the next, and save us from the fire of our undisciplined, undirected passions. So, again, looking forward to what our international instructor has to share with all of us today. The meaning of the S and the R, Queen and the Ra, the Surah series 7, and the difference between the Seen and the Sod. I'm looking forward to this. Uh, I feel the power, the power that's in each letter, and so prepare yourself for. Instructor told me we don't call them trips, we call them journeys.
That's right.
So be prepared for this journey, and so brace yourself. If you don't have your seatbelt on, put it on. And if you need your deep sea diving gear, get that ready. And we'll see where Allah takes us.
Yep.
And with that, I'll pass the talking stick to our international instructor, Benjamin Bilal.
Thank you, my dear brother William Safia, for that very excellent opening. And it is much appreciated. And I'm happy to hear that you used the word appreciation in relation to what it is we are offering up as information, that which we should appreciate. The key term in the Qur'an from its very beginning is appreciation, in the word hamd or alhamd. We call it the thanksgiving or the praise, but praise is not the best translation for the word alhamd. We're talking about the definitive appreciation or the definitive way of praising someone. The definitive way of giving praise is to give appreciation. And this is what Allah is asking of each and every one of his human creations. He's asking that we show appreciation, not just talk appreciation, not just think appreciation, but that we actually act out our appreciation by doing those things in the Qur'an that Allah asks us to do as actions, not just as beliefs. But you don't get any brownie points for just believing something. According to the Qur'an, you only get those points when you actually become active through becoming activated. And we'll be talking about that word in just a moment also. So thank all of you. Let me pull up my notes. And as you know, we're about to get this linguistic party started. This is wonderful. Thank you all for being with us. I see a couple of people who I haven't seen in a while. That's a mercy to me. It makes me smile on the inside and on the outside. So welcome to the University Online Learning course, where we will be discussing, as William told you, the meanings of several words. We started with the word surah, S-U-R-A-H, as in a surah of the Qur'an, which is mistranslated as chapter, as you know. We moved on to the word surah with a sod instead of a seen as the S sound. And we're still talking about that word, and we'll give some more commentary on it as we continue to teach on this particular lesson, but that particular surah is related to actually how we look as a figure, as a face, as a body, something that can be recognized by others. So that surah is also in that connection between the S sound and the R sound. And we're going to be discussing other SR words and connections. We mentioned the English word series, SERIES, which you know is a group of things or a bunch of things belonging to the same group. If you have baseball cards, you can have a series of cards. You know, in baseball, they have something called the World Series, where particular groups that have qualified are in that list of people who can play against each other. And of course, there are winners and there are losers. And there are other SR words, and we'll be including a couple of SL words because, as you know, the letters R and L are interchangeable in linguistics. So we all know these things by now, hopefully. If you're just joining us, like you're fresh out of the swimming pool and you're still trying to drip dry, sorry to tell you, we're going to have to splash some more water on you with what we have today. So don't look to dry off immediately. But at the same time, don't look to understand everything that we give today as something that you can immediately grasp, because this is not that kind of party. This is not entertainment where you can, go fresh into the concert of your favorite artist. And, no matter how long ago you saw that artist, you are listening to the new songs and you love it and you walk away and you purchase merchandise and all of that. And all of that is nice, but that's entertainment. We are offering up inner attainment. We want you to be able to attain things inside, where the most important part of you resides. And this brings us right back to the beginning point in terms of what alhamd is referring to. It's referring to appreciation. And William also used the word gratitude. Gratitude. And gratitude is related to the word great, but don't think about the spelling so much, even though that's connected also, Grate, great. If you understand what a great is and what a great does and how a great lets portions of things in at a time or is able to scrape off the heaviest stuff and, have it peter down to the lightest stuff, like you're grating cheese on a grater, on a grate. I think that's what they call it also, a grate. You're grating cheese or you're grating other things that you want to have them move from big, big, big down to morsel size and maybe down to just, pieces of that can be managed much more easily. So that's a part of being grateful also, that you take your big, big, big life. You take these grand concepts that Allah has blessed you to come into as imagination, you see? And you begin to work that imagination so that those grandiose ideas become greated. And although they are diminishing in size, they are increasing in worth and value for whatever it is you're grading that thing down for. Again, if you're grading the cheese, it's going to be a better deal for you than just taking the whole block of cheese and throwing it in the pot. I think you get the message there. But the great that it's actually referring to, that is being taught to people's children and children's children who, don't necessarily roll in the circles that you and I roll in. You got to be aware that there are people like this, that they have a certain level of knowledge that they do not share with people who look like me and you when we look at ourselves in the mirror. And it's not their fault. They're just not in our circles. It's our job to take the information that the source creator is blessing many of us with, that we are sharing in those circles. And it's our job to make sure that that information becomes disseminated amongst ourselves. No harm, no foul. They're not doing anything, malicious. They're doing what all groups of people who share common lineage and common ideas and common backgrounds do. They take the best of what they find and they share it with those who share their interests. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. So I'm not trying to jump outside of my circle to be able to reach somebody on the other side of the planet whose language I don't even speak. That's not where I'm supposed to start. I'm supposed to start where I am. And then let those people continue to reach and reach and reach and reach out and reach out. And before you know it, the whole planet will be involved in learning this new language that we call Nunetics. But start with the people in your household. Start with the people next door to you. Start with the people in your children's grade school. Share some of these ideas with those teachers. You don't have to tell them all where it comes from and the Muslim. You have to go through all of that. You know, there's a brewing hatred of Muslims around the world right now, especially in the West. There's a purposely concocted brewing of hatred and malicious intent on the part of a lot of people who have been taught that Muslims are the boogeyman of today's 20th century. We're the boogeyman. I say we, but I'm really not in that group. And I hope you're not in that group. Not if you've been becoming attached to the information that I've been sharing with you. You should not be in the boogeyman group that most of the world sees most of the Muslims in right now, because much of how they are seeing Muslims, much of how they are viewing Muslims has actually become the fault of Muslims. And this is always the case when people who manipulate language go about attempting to change the very minds of people who believe or think a certain way. In American history, we had the history of African American, or we should call it American style slavery. And the people who they chose to enslave, and they weren't just from the continent of Africa. Many of them were already here in America before the European travelers got here. Many of them were from South America. Many of them were from the Caribbean. And they were not these lazy, no count, no good, sex pot people that they portrayed the so-called black man and the black woman to be in history. That's not what they were. But these people were masters. And I'm not talking about the so-called slave master right now. I'm talking about the masters who mastered the slave master. Because on the most part, the slave masters were really just human dumbbells. People who had, they were 2 seconds out of savagery themselves, just 2 seconds out of savagery. Innately, they were still in the savage mode of so-called human behavior. But there were those who were looming ahead of them, and above them, who were wise people in terms of the ability to manipulate words, understanding that words are frequencies. And once you understand how to do frequency modulation and frequency manipulation, you can get anybody to believe anything about anybody. And that's exactly how so-called black people became niggas. When they first started saying that about so-called black people, it wasn't any of us, and I'm saying us loosely, there weren't any of us in that bunch who were the description that they give and continue to give in their cartoons about black people being these wide-lipped, buck-eyed folks and, buck dancing people. That's not what we were doing especially in the slave fields. Who had time to buck dance? No, we were doing the best that we could under those particular circumstances. But they understood that language is frequency, and frequencies can be modified and manipulated. The word frequency is from the word frequent, which means to do something over and over and over again until you get your desired result. That's what frequency is. It's from the word frequent. Frequent also means to visit a place over and over and over again. people who frequent the local tavern. They are people who you'll see most of the time come home from work and after stopping at the bar or whatever, and they come home drunk because they've been frequenting the tavern or the bar. So anything that you do over and over and over again is going to affect you on the frequency level, on the level of vibration, invisible movements taking place in your nervous system, in your emotionality, and then eventually in your mentality. So all they had to do was continuously feed us the meanings for words that they wanted us to believe in. You are a nigger. You are a buffoon. You are stupid and of no count, and a bunch of no count of people who, if it weren't for bad luck, you'd have no luck at all if we had it our way. So the more and more you feed people those levels of frequencies, there's going to come a point where a crossover takes place from what you were in terms of your dignified position, your dignified and honorable stance that you would take in the face of different things that would occur to you. There's going to be eventually a crossover where you cross over from that into believing that that is what you are. And what accounts for that crossover? I'm going to tell you, it's very easy. All that has to happen is that a couple of generations who were being originally fed the negativity, those generations will die off. And now the people who are in control of the frequencies are going to continue to teach the negative meaning about you. And there's no parent, there's no grown up, there's no overseer of your family life, there's no daddy, even the mommy is gone. And now those negative frequencies are free to teach you the things that they want you to believe in. And there's no pushback. There's nobody to say, no, I'm not a nigger. There's only the people pumping that frequency into your ears and into your brain waves that say you are a nigger. And you'll never reach a level higher than the level that we assign to you. And we are assigning you that level because that's all God wants you to have in this life. Oh, if you want higher than that, you got to wait and die. This for now is our heaven. The heaven you're looking for, Negro, that's in the by and by. This is what they used to tell the slaves. That heaven is in the by and by. We sang all kinds of songs in church about going to heaven and meeting Jesus, and we're going to get our milk and honey and all of that in the next world and all of that gold and all of that gold paved streets in heaven. So we diminished the desire to even want those things in this life because we felt that they were virtually impossible to achieve. So we let the people who are over us have all of that. And they skipped to their loo all the way to the banks with that wealth. And I mean wealth that didn't only accumulate here in the Americas, North America in particular. I'm talking about wealth that stretched all the way over the seas, across the oceans, into places like Rome, Italy. And that wealth became the wealth of the Vatican itself. Now, I'm not here to preach against any other religion or against Catholicism. I'm only here to tell you the truth of what has happened in history. And I'm bent on telling you that truth because you will not be able to understand your present day circumstances unless you know what happened before you. Throughout the Qur'an, Allah admonishes us to study the history of those who came before you, because that's vitally important for understanding where it is you are today. So that's the reason why we ponder these words, these concepts, because these concepts were established way, way, way before we became a part of this planet. And if you want to understand where this planet is going, you can't base it on what you're seeing on the boob tube, present day circumstances. You can't base it on, a former president being a convicted felon. They're creating all kinds of scenarios because these people are masters of witchcraft. They are masters of wordology. This is what they do for a living. They manipulate language until language becomes languid, meaning weak and of no account. That's their job on both sides of the fence. I'm not talking political schisms now. I'm talking about what all of them do. That's why you should never, ever be interested in contributing to what they call politics. You know what a tick is, and you know what a pole is. There are some diseases that carry the word polar. Bipolar. I'm sure there's a tripolar by now. So you know what a pole is. And you know what a tick is. And the greatest tick is the tick that's taking place in your physical heart. And if you allow them to control that physical tick-tock, you are in trouble. And I told you in past classes, now I'm going to get a little esoteric on you, but I told you in past classes how they control your heartbeat. All they have to do is come with a stronger beat and put it next to your little tick-tock heart. They learned to do this during the disco era and even before that, when they started developing these clubs in the big cities, especially, where when you would walk into the club and they had these giant speakers that were just booming the beat, 4/4, pop, pop. Now your little heartbeat that's also aligned to 4/4 rhythm becomes overcome by the bigger beat. This is in the fitrah that this happens. Anytime your small beat comes in contact or in association with the bigger beat, the smaller beat is going to be overtaken until it marches to the rhythm of the bigger beat. That's what language manipulation is. Keep repeating it to you, repeating it to you, repeating it to you until you just acquiesce because you got personally weakened by the message, or until you die, or until you become separated from the generations coming after you. And there's no teacher there to teach them these things. This has happened in all so-called religions. That's why religions keep changing their faces and their places, like we change our socks and underwear. If you think you have al-Islam as Muhammad the Prophet had al-Islam, you are sorely mistaken. Nowhere near what he received as revelation is what these ulimas and these mullahs and these other folks are teaching us as Islam. So I simply ask you to continue to pay attention to what Instructor Benjamin Bilal is serving up on the dinner plate, because there's nothing on this plate except nutrition. And you can hear the sound new in nutrition, because all nutrition is supposed to make your cells new. Your cells, they're supposed to contribute to their newness. Nutrition. So if you're eating junk, if you're eating what they call junk food, your cells can't relate to that. And that's the stuff that becomes pushed off into the corner of your gut as fat. And you will experience a retarded level of growth. You'll grow, but you won't grow in the proper proportions. So as you can hear thus far, and I'm only but so far into my address for today, which is going to be a very serious address, as most of them are. But this is going to be particularly serious as we continue to talk about the star called Sirius, another SR word from the Qur'an and from the Bible. The star Sirius plays an important role even in the life of the one they call Jesus the Christ in the New Testament. The Magi, the three Magi that were on the lookout for this new birth to come into the world that would upset the kingdom of those who were in charge in the days of Jesus the Christ. They were looking for him They had predictions from the predictors that said that one would be born to shake up the world and take the world out of the claws, the dastardly claws of Herod, the king at that time when Jesus was born. So they were looking for him so that they could lend him assistance. And when they heard that a particular set of stars would appear, they would follow those stars until they got to that particular space in that particular land where they knew that baby was being born. All of that is symbolism, by the way, but it's appropriate symbolism, and it is wisdom attached to the symbolism. Baby born in a manger among animals, but not just any animals. This baby was actually born among some of the sweetest and most trainable animals that you could ever run into. The Qur'an calls this same cadre of animals Anam. Sixth Surah, El Anam, the cattle. And why are they being called cattle? Because cattle are some of the most manageable, some of the most trainable animals on this planet. You can train them to do so many things to help you in your field, to help you with your vegetation, assisting its growth and development. They use animals for that, but they don't use the skunk. They don't use the porcupine to pull the plow. They use the oxen. They use the other animals that are trained for that. The cow, even they use the cow for certain things that they need to be done. See, they use the sheep and the goats to eat up the herbage and to do other things. And the thing that all of these animals have in common is that they are soft to the touch. When you reach out to touch them, you reach out to touch the back of the cow. That's where you get your leather from. You reach out to touch the side of the sheep. That's where you get your wool from. You see? So El Anam, the cattle, are all in the category of those animals that are soft to the touch. Now, what does that mean in terms of how we are reading even our own scripture called the Qur'an? Because a derivation of the word na'ama or ni'ama or al-an'am, a derivation of that same root, na'ama, is in al-Fatiha. Does anyone know where that verse is in al-Fatiha that gives us a word that derives from na'ama? If you know, open up.
Alayhim.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, instructor. And amta alayhim. Can anyone translate that for me? Sarato, I want you to translate Sarato Ladina and Amta alayhim. Can anyone give me the translation for that whole ayah?
Those who go down straight and those who not see the wrath.
No, you're on a different ayah. That's the one coming after. I want the one that says Sirat al-Ladina and Amta alayhim. It starts with Sirat or Sirat al-Ladina. What does that mean? What is the Sirat? We've been discussing that. Don't worry about missing. Just if you don't know all of it, just get what you know. That's what class is about. What is Sirat?
It's an upward path.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What is
those upon whom thou hast bestowed thy favor, thy blessing?
Yes. Thank you, Kareem. Instructor Kareem. Yes, the path upon those whom thou hast bestowed thy favor is the way they translate it. I'm going to give you a better translation. Sirat is a path for sure. We'll discuss that in the text because that's one of the words that we'll be using in this explanation today. Alladina means those, but not just those. It means those who can be identified as such. In other words, when you look at these people, there's no ambiguity in your mind about who they are, what they do, that kind of thing. Alladina, when you say alladhi, it means the one who, and you're pointing at it, him, her, them. If it's them, alladina, you're pointing at them. I could say man, and it will be ambiguous. It will be nebulous as to who I'm talking about. You only know that I'm talking about somebody when I say man. Man fi samawati wa man fil ard. Those in the skies and those in the earth, but you don't know, am I talking about the birds? Am I talking about oxygen? No, you don't know what I'm talking about until I give you details. Al-Ladina is giving you details as to who Allah is addressing. So the surat of those identifiable ones. And amta, that's past tense. This grace that we're talking about, upon whom Allah has bestowed his grace. He's not talking present tense, he's talking past tense when he says an'amta. But the word ni'ma is in there. The word, the same root as the word we're discussing, an'am, the cattle, it's in there. So how does all of this factor in with what Allah is saying about those who came before us, who we should be investigating? We should be studying their particular method for perfecting their particular life form and lifestyle. We should be looking back in history for these people, is what this is saying. The people who have been given over to the process of human civilization. Civilization is talking about the ability to civilize the savage. You remember the phrase, music soothes the savage beast? That's what we're talking about. Some influence that comes in and begins to do work on those people whose minds are, an alpha quadrant or something. They're just not here on earth with you. And they do strange things like the mostly European people in history were wont to do. They did strange things when they met other people. They did strange things to the Native American. They did strange things to the people that they enslaved. They did strange things that were very hurtful. And they did it just for fun. They tie you to one end of the, something, a pole or something, and then they tie animal on the other end and an animal on the third end. And then they'd crack the whip and the animals would run in opposite directions until your whole body was just pulled apart. I know that's gross, but this is a class. You got to learn these things. Most of you already know these things. And they did that for sport. You remember in Europe, in Greece, in these places, in the Colosseum, in Rome, in these places where they would just kill for bloodthirsty sport. Animals would gore human beings to death, whoever they considered their enemies to be. They'd put them in there and they'd give them a little rock, a sharp rock. Say, okay, do your best against this ferocious lion. And you ended up being the lion's dinner that night. You see, just for sport. Mess around with the bull in the bullpen. He wasn't bothering nobody. Toro, and the bull would come and they'd stick spears into him for sport. That's the kind of mentality that I'm talking about that is uncivilized in history. But what Allah does through revelation is that he sends a frequency modification program along with the revelation that actually channels your frequencies until they become more and more refined along the chakra line of energy modulation and manipulation. They start down at the bottom where the red root chakra is, where everything is gimme, 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 I gotta survive. But the frequencies of the revelation, particularly the Qur'an, is able to elevate those frequencies. That's what raising the salat means in the Quran. Iqamus salat. We're going to talk about that also in this lecture. raising the frequency so that they're no longer just what the average animal's tendencies are. But it raises the frequencies to the point where your life becomes something that no animal can ever achieve, that level of civil life. Look at that English word, civil, C-I-V-I-L. And you know that the C is being pronounced as an S sound. And you know that the V is interchangeable with other what are called labials, lip sounds in terms of letters, and one of them is the letter B. So now you have the S sound in civil. You interchange the V sound with the B. Now you have Sybil. You remember her? They did a whole thing on her and her 16 different personalities. You don't think they're talking about scripture when they give you these things? Civil, why 16 personalities? Why not 15? Why not 17? How much is 1 and 6? Oh, 7. How many chakras do you have? Oh, 7. I'm not saying there wasn't a historical person in the world called Civil who had 16 personalities. I'm only saying that they pick from the best of the best of the best to make their symbolic points also. That's all I'm saying. Follow the bouncing ball. So these are people who understand these lessons that are being taught and that are being established through the frequent manipulation of frequencies through language. And language is not just that which comes off of the human lips. Language, more properly speaking, is what Imam Muhammad called anything that brings a message to your mind. Anything. It doesn't have to be a spoken word. It doesn't have to be a written word on a page. That's an actual word. He said, words make people. He said, and a word, i.e. language, is anything that brings a message to your mind. All right. So once again, let's get this linguistic party started on this Sunday, June 2nd, 2024. In case you've never ever heard of me and you're invited here by somebody, I am the one they call the international instructor, Benjamin Bilal. Not international because I'm all that, but international because the people who sign in and tune in are all that, and they're from various parts of the world now. So the ideas depicted in the word Surah, discussed in our last class, are indicative of not the tops of physical walls, which is how some people describe the word as Surah, or the scaling of actual mountains. They describe that scaling, that process, that incremental climb from the bottom all the way up to the top. They describe that also through the word Surah. But more importantly, this is discussing how to reach the peak of your own inherent excellence. How beautiful. Everyone who has ever scaled a wall or climbed a mountain knows the effort which needs to be undertaken in doing so, and is also aware of the pitfalls related to failing the climb or becoming prematurely exhausted. You're halfway up and you got no more energy. Man, if your fingertips get loose and you're not up there in a harness or whatever, like many daredevils like to do, just say, I can do this. I don't need anything to save me. Well, okay, you underestimate your own ability. Bye-bye. The Qur'an was not revealed to explain to us that which we were already knowing. So if you already knew what happens when you scale a physical wall or when you climb a physical mountain, if you already know what can happen, what has happened, and what can possibly happen in scaling physical walls, when you're already aware of that, then that's something that the Quran did not have to come and teach you. I'm going to ask that we reserve all questions or comments for later. Just write them down and I'll get to you so we don't get sidetracked. We got a lot to give you today. Thank you. right? So if it's something that comes to your mind, you go, oh, I know what that's talking about in the Quran. No, you got to stop, drop, and roll sometimes. And hold on to your horses, as they say, and begin to think more metaphysically outside of just the strict material meaning of a thing or physical, literal meaning of a thing, and start to think metaphysically above and beyond the physical. Use the physical as your sign, and then study the attributes of that physical thing, and you're going to come into a very much higher idea of what is being spoken to in the Quran and in previous scriptures than the one that you're entertaining presently. Because again, the Quran was not revealed to explain to us that which we were already knowing. علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. He taught the human being that which he was before not knowing, unaware of, had not come into. When an animal is being civilized, that's a training that you're putting that animal through. They don't necessarily come here civilized. You ever see what it takes to civilize a stallion? So that you can even throw a harness on its neck or a saddle on its back and be able to ride that wild steed or that wild stallion. Study some of those videos sometimes. How are these animals? How do they become civil? How does an oxen, as big as that oxen is, what's the process by which you get him to be so tame that he can pull carts behind him, he can distribute seeds that the farmer has to go into the ground all around this huge field? That oxen wasn't born to do that, but his nature accommodates being trained how to do that. And this is how people are. We're not born with all of these talents unless you just see them as inherent and, possibilities in the human being. And that's all they are, like seeds. That seed is not an oak tree, but the possibility for becoming an oak tree or an apple tree or whatever, lemon grove or whatever, the possibility is in the seed. And that's what the manipulators look at also. What are the possibilities in all of these folks we just snatched from, across the ocean? We don't see this country built up yet, but the possibility is there. Look at all of this brute strength and these muscle dudes that we got fighting each other, killing each other, doing all of these things that we were doing in Europe. And now we got a whole free people, and there's no law to stop us from doing anything we want. Whether it's harmful, whether it's sexual, whether it's with their children. See, we look at all of these issues like pedophilia in the world today and all, and we think that they just popped out of nowhere. No, these are I don't know what to call it, but it's whatever that is. I'd call it for now, even though it's a soft word, I'd call it the residue. What you're going through in the world right now with women being abused, with children being sexually molested, all of these things are just the residue of what has been happening, believe it or not, for thousands of years in various parts of the world, not just in Europe, thousands of years. But the European history is the one that is closest to us. So that's why we can reference it, because there are people who are still living on this planet who witnessed this. And there are people who are living right now who are witnessing these things in parts of the world and in parts of this country, even on top of the ground and underground, where these child slavery camps are still in effect. Do you want to know why Instructor Bilal gets so hyped up talking about these things? Because these things are near and dear to anybody who would consider themselves to be truly human, a true human being. So we weren't born with this evil intent. Neither were we born as trained workers. Both of those possibilities are dormant within the genetic fabric of the human being. But only one of those potentialities is given ni'mah by Allah. It's given favor. It's given its grace period by Allah. And that's the one that favors civilization. The one that leans towards savagery, that's not favored by what Allah intends for the future of humanity. That savagery, that bestiality mentality, that's being waned as time continues to accrue. It's being curtailed in increments by Allah. Yeah. But the possibility to be that way is inherent within the human genetics. Your genetics, they don't know morality. That's not where moral thinking comes from. It doesn't come from the DNA. The DNA is amoral, meaning not moral. It knows nothing about moral possibilities and moral consequences. It only knows what nature clocked into it. And if nature clocks into the physical body, that if you thrust it from a high enough cliff with no thing in between, nothing soft to fall on, and it hits the hard granite or the hard ground, it can possibly die. It most likely will die if it's from a high enough perch. Nature does that. Allah created it like that. But Allah also created something called a nurture to accompany nature. And nurturing is a human prospect. It's a human possibility based on how you are assimilated, based on the ideas that are clocked into your mentality and your emotionality to the point where you become softened. You see how harsh children can be in the play yard? They push each other over, he can bust his head and the other child, You see, children will come at you with a hammer. They come at the parent with a hammer. They don't know that they can bust your head open with that hammer. That's why they say you got to keep these dangerous toys and tools and stuff. Don't leave your weapon lying around where your child can have access to, because they don't know. They're operating based on nature and its curiosities. So these are the things that we must learn. These are the things that when we understand them on the level of what Allah is attempting to teach us through revelation, that's when we get the jump on the bad guys and girls in this world. Because they operated basically on nature. Whatever the possibilities in nature are. Nature says, if I do this, if I touch on that, if I feel the other thing on the other person, I'm going to feel good. That's what nature tells you. But there's no nurture principle alongside it to say, that's not allowed here. Just like you got to tell your little children, man, and then they come over here so I can put another diaper on you. That little baby, they like running around with, just with no diaper sometimes. It's like, hey, mommy, catch me, because they haven't become moral yet. They are still under the influences of Mother Nature. So you have to step in and discipline them. But what happens when people grow with that same mentality, minus the authority figure that is supposed to be disciplining them into nurture? They're supposed to be nurturing them. They're supposed to be teaching them, no, you can't do that. Oh, yes, it's okay, Johnny. Go ahead and do that. Mommy likes when you do that. And they learned it. And they'll look at you when they think they're doing something wrong. They put their hand on something and they're, you can say something about this? And mommy said, don't you know not to touch that? And they draw their hand back and laugh. That's them learning nurture. That's nurture teaching them then, see? Nature itself will teach you what to do and what not to do when you touch that fire or that hot stove. Nature will tell you, yeah, you shouldn't have done that. Don't do that again. But nature by itself won't tell you not to burn somebody else or push them into a hot stove. If you're mischievous as a child, nature won't tell you not to do something wicked or evil to another child. You have to be taught that. That's what we're calling nurture. All right, let's continue. I think that was a pretty good ground that was laid thus far. Be patient with us today. We also mentioned that the star called Sirius refers to an aspect of the soul's concerns, which rises in you, centralizing your concerns, and provides the necessary light, as all stars do, in order for you to complete your journey without unnecessarily running into dark spots along the road. We call the Sirat a road, don't we? We call the Sirat a path, don't we? We say that the Sirat rises, Sirat al-Mustaqim, the upwards path, as was mentioned earlier. So it's doing what stars do. That path called As-Sirat al-Mustaqim, it's doing what stars do. And the word Sirat is consonantally related, as you can see, to star, same consonants in there. And it is also partially related to Sirius itself, because Sirius rises. You got to look these things up if you want to really, really understand what Instructor Benjamin Bilal is attempting to teach you. The S and the R, they have those in common, right? The S and the R in common. And it's an aspect of the soul. So from now on, when you're reading Al-Fatiha, which was originally called Suratul Hamd, the surah of the definitive praise, the surah of the definitive appreciation, the surah of the definitive gratitude, that which if you practice it, it makes you great. If you practice gratitude as Allah is teaching it to you, it will make you humanly great. And what is humanly great? Does it mean you'll conquer the world and you'll have the gold and the silver and the armies? And no, it has nothing to do with that. What Allah is calling great is related to your human excellence. That's what Al-Fatiha is speaking to. That's what Al-Hamd is speaking to. The greatness that is part and parcel of the human soul, if you will allow that soul its growth space. Clear out the brush. Move away the impediments to what's blocking the growth and development of your soul. Those impediments are all around you, and some of them are now in you, like laziness, stupidity, just being stupid for stupid's sake. These are impediments that are not allowing your soul to evolve, to rise to its highest pinnacle. So you have to systematically begin to remove each and every impediment in the way of your soul's journey. And the process for centralizing your concerns are contained within the science of Salat. Now, I don't think you've ever heard anybody describe the Salat as a science, although that's exactly what it is. The process that we call as-Salat, it's a science, which means that it deserves scientific evaluation and investigation. You don't just follow blindly because somebody in front of you said, say this, put your thumbs here, put your hands here, put your hands there, drop your hands, drop, stop, drop, and roll, And it becomes just a series of misunderstood or not understood at all movements that you can't relate to something that's going to educate you. You're just doing it because your imam did it, or your daddy did it at the house, and you, from a little baby, from a little boy, as soon as you could walk and stand, you learned the Salat. I know a lot of people, even in my family, who learned it like that after they were born. But what good is that if you grow to be a criminal? That doesn't stop you from being a criminal, because at 5 years old, you know how to make the physical ritual Salat. But if at 10 years old, you know what those movements mean, that could very well be that which stops you from being a criminal, because Allah says that this salat is supposed to mitigate against corruption. Khashya is called. These things that amount to wrongdoing and even evil. Allah says as-salat is supposed to nullify that, supposed to mitigate against that. So if we have a whole Muslim world and a majority of those people are not growing along the true lines of social and civil development, that means that there's been some missing element or some missing component that has been extracted out of the true meaning of the salat. And that's why you need to get my 3 books on the subject of the salat for in-depth details. You take down that website there if you don't have it, newneticsinstitute.org, and you can order any of those 3 books. If you do it now, all 3 of those books become $20. And I'll explain at the end of the video how to make that purchase on my website. If you don't listen to my explanation for how to do that, and William, please remind me to say that at the end of my delivery. If you don't know how to do that, then you're not going to see a way to not pay the top price that is listed there for that. And by the way, I also have a special $100 off on joining the University Online Learning course, but it has to be done before the 6th of June this month. So instead of the $300, you just pay $200 and step into the classroom for three straight months, a whole semester. Now, if you're not in a position to do that, just start purchasing the books. Get yourself a heads up, what do they call that? Whatever they call that. A head start, I think they call it. Well, that's a beautiful word. Head start. I like that. Yeah. That comes before kindergarten. That puts you in the garden. All right. So your concerns need to become centralized. That's why I told you that salat has to do with centralizing your thoughts. One aspect of that centralization is called meditation. You see M-E-D in meditation, that means medium or middle, centralizing. Focusing on single things and concerns. Are you going to ask Allah for something and your mind is all over the galaxy? You got your mind on your wife and your girlfriend. How are you going to centralize your concerns until you deal with those initial issues that you're having? You can't centralize your concerns. You want a decent future, but you don't want family life. I don't understand that combination. That's kooky to me. You want your generations to just stop where you are? That's your choice. If you want it to continue, even if you can't have any physical children of your own, well, there are plenty of children on this planet for you to take care of, who might end up being better for the planet than the one that came out of your belly or out of your balls, excuse the expression. We're talking to the fathers. Yeah, just having a baby, that ain't even the half of it. It's knowing what to do in order to grow them up correctly. That's the knowledge that we should be after. Let's continue. So this is the metaphysical meaning of serious. Meanings in all scriptures and myths, especially the Qur'an, carry physiological, cosmological, psychological, and even mythological importance. Let me repeat that line. Meanings in all scriptures and myths, Thor, Hercules, all of that. Especially the Quran, though. These meanings carry physiological, cosmological, speaking to the cosmos, what's going on in the cosmos, psychological, what's going on in your mind and in your nervous system as emotions, and even mythological when we're talking about characters like Thor, the god of thunder. That thunder is in you. That's the part that they don't tell you in academia. That Hercules is operating in you. The Quranic word Sirat, as we mentioned earlier, is consonantally connected to the words Sirius, star, series, and Surah. When you look up above at night, you see a series of stars. You don't just see one star. Even if Sirius is up there and it's the brightest thing happening, it's still up there with a series of other stars. Just like there's not a surah in the Quran that stands alone. It's connected to 113 other surahs, surah. All of these words have to do with the journey upwards and the balancing out of the soul. The soul needs to be balanced. That's told to you in the surah called Ash-Shams, the sun. It tells you right there that the nafs needs to be balanced. The letters R and L can be interchanged. So the word surah, if we interchange the R with an L, becomes or can potentially become the word salah. And the word sirat can potentially become the word salat with the T on the end. And the sirat, pardon me, is that bridge. And they even tell you when you read the Arabic dictionaries that although the word sirat begins with the letter Sad, it is also recognized by those who know as a word that can be spelt with the letter Sin. Just read the commentary in these dictionaries and you'll come across that, as I did. So the Surat is that bridge which delivers the intellect into its supra-intuitive possibilities, known in the Bible as the promised land. That crossing over is called the Hebrew. You're thinking that's just the language of the people who call themselves Jews? No. This is a metaphysical term that has to do with the crossing over of energies from one level of energy up to a higher level of energy, then up to a high, just like climbing a ladder. You have to keep crossing over what are called the rungs, R-U-N-G-S. So it's called the Hebrew. When the Bible is speaking about the people called the Hebrews and them crossing over out of what they call slavery into freedom, it's not talking about a flesh and blood physical people in history. Even the Jewish scholars have said we searched for that moment in our history and we couldn't find it. We couldn't find when our people were enslaved to Egyptians. They did a study in Tel Aviv, so-called Israel, that land, Israel, Tel Aviv, the main city in Israel. They're scholars, not Muslim scholars, not Christian scholars, Jewish scholars. And they said, honestly speaking, folk, we can't find this thing where the Jews were enslaved for 400 years under the Egyptians. Where are the shackles? They were looking for the shackles. You know, they're looking for all these other apparatus that should have been archived by the archaeologists if this thing actually happened. You can find it in American-style slavery, the shackles and the traces around the neck and all of that stuff. But you can't find a piece of apparatus when it comes to the so-called Jewish enslavement under the Egyptians. You only find that story in the Bible, in the Old Testament. So the crossing over is called the Hebrew. He is the definite article in that language, Hebrew. He, ha, those are the definite articles. Just like in Arabic, the definite article is al. A-L, or it can be spelled E-L. So this is he, the brew. Brew means to cross over. Like BR in bridge means to cross over. Like BR in bring means to cross over from where you are and bring it over here, give it to me. Like BR in the word borrow means they let it come out of your pocket and I can put it in my pocket and do what I need to do. BR always represents a crossing over from one space into another space where you empty the space that it's coming from and you fill up the place that it's going to. That's Hebrew. And in the Bible, it's also called the River Jordan, Jordan. In its consonantal connections, Jordan with its JRD, listen carefully, with its J, which is a guttural. What language section is the R in of those 7 areas of pronunciation? Anybody can answer?
Liquid.
Liquid. Thank you very much, Mr. Blunden. And what about the D, since I got you? Give me the D. What language category is the D?
Dental.
Okay, somebody beat you.
Teeth and tongue.
Okay, dental. That's right.
Mhm.
So give me the 3 in order again, Waliuddin, since you're there. J.
Go. What was your question?
Give me these 3. Give me the sections for all 3 in a row, starting with the J.
Okay. J.
Blunden gave it to us, so if he's got to come back in, fine.
Yeah. What was that?
Blunden,
Liquid.
the J. I think I had to give it to you. Yeah. Who said that?
Kareem.
Yeah, guttural. Okay, Kareem, stay with me. Give me all 3 in a row.
It's guttural, liquid, and dental.
Very good. Now go to the word Khalidin and tell me the kha, where's that coming from?
It's guttural,
Where's the lam coming from?
liquid,
Where's the dal coming from?
dental.
So do they match exactly as far as the part of the mouth that's pronouncing these sounds?
Yes.
That means they're going to be related words. Thank you. All right. So Jordan, and we've heard in the churches for all of our lives, if we've been going, about the River Jordan. Crossing over the River Jordan into the promised land. So Jordan is related to the word Khalidin in the Qur'an, where according to the Qur'an, the faithful are to live forever. So do you see how these consonantally connected words share the same themes, not the exact meanings, but they are related thematically. That's the important thing for you to understand. If you're going to come out of the grip of these ancient Persian, perversions of the Arabic language. Now, it is said that the faithful Jews, and I put Jews in quotation marks because we're not talking about a physical people. We're talking about an orientation and a disposition. When you see the word Jews in scripture, it's not talking about a physical people that you identify now over in the land that's having all of that warfare happen in real time. It's not talking about those people. Those people and what they are doing and where they came from is totally outside of the reality of Scripture. Scripture knew nothing about those people when Scripture was being written. When the Quran gives you the word Yahud and they translate it as Jews, we didn't know anything about the people over there in the so-called Middle East right now who are calling themselves Jewish or Jews. They are from Eastern Europe. They're not from these lands that the scriptures are speaking to. They are converts to Judaism. They are not people who in history were born out of a Jewish mother's womb, as they like to say. What constitutes a real Jew? You got to be born out of a Jewish woman's womb. Well, what about the first ones of you who became Jews? What Jewish woman's womb were you born out of? You were born out of an Eastern European womb that used to be practitioners of all kinds of religions and all kinds of things that have nothing to do with monotheism. I want y'all to think about these things. So that Jew in the Old Testament and in the New Testament, that's a code word for people who come out of the Eastern District. And I won't teach this to you today, but East, West, North, and South are code words in Scripture. Allah calls himself Lord of the two Easts and the two Wests. What's that about? What happened to the North and South? And if you don't ask yourself these questions as you continue to read the Qur'an, you're reading as a numb brain mind. You don't want to be a numb brain, what they call a numbskull. You don't want to read the Qur'an as a numbskull. Oh, just tell me what it means and I accept it. I don't have to do no research. I'm too busy. I work for a living. So do I, buddy. I work to bring you more sense. So at least take advantage and go to those places that I ask you to go to get the verification so you don't have to be caught out there. I don't know why it means that, but the instructor said it means that. I don't want you to be in that group. That's a pathetic group. I accept it because he said it or she said it or they said it in the university online learning course. And I just accept it because it sounds pretty or it sounds different. Or no, that's not the reason we want you to accept anything that we, and any scholar worth his or her salt or salat. They would never ever want you to believe something that they're teaching just because they said it. And I think I'm the first one on that list. Or if I'm not the first one, I'm up there with others who are first. I'm not the second one to believe that. I started my teaching career believing that. All right. So the Bible says that the faithful Jews are also to live forever once entering the promised land of where they said milk and honey would be found. That land is called the Jordan. And it is consonantally connected to the English word cord. Kareem, since I have you in my queue, can you tell us how cord is consonantally connected to Jord and?
Yes, the C has the sound of the K, which is a guttural, and the R and the D, well, the R are liquid and the D is gentle.
All right. So what you're saying is that the C sound, which gives you the K sound, is what category of pronunciation again?
That's going to be the guttural.
Yes. And the J is from the back of the throat also, J, J, and it's also guttural. So J and C are interchangeable, audience, if you've never heard that before. So Jord and cord are consonantally connected, which means that they're going to have some similarity in their theme. Not in what people made them mean, but in the theme, the underlying theme related to these words. So chords are used to connect. You see the picture now with the River Jordan connecting lands? Jordan is the river that was used to connect the obedient Jews, in quotation marks, to the promises that were made to them by their source creator. If you do this, I will be a people. If we be a people for you, God, then we will be, you will be to us what you said you would be. You'd grant us all of these liberties and all of these luxuries and all of these good things, the milk and honey. We're going to talk about that in a minute. Now, Jordan is also related to the Quranic Arabic word ard. Kareem, since I still have you, can you show me how these three letters are connected to JRD?
Yes, that A is a guttural sound because it's an aleph. So it's a consonant when it's used at the beginning of the word. R, and the R, of course, a liquid, and the D is a gentle listener.
Exactly. And it doesn't matter that this is Dod and not Dal. It's the D sound, the D sound that is registering. Thank you very much. Let's look at what Alif Ra Dad, that gives us the word ard, a very popular word in the Quran when Allah speaks about the heavens and the earth, or as-sama or as-samawati wal ard, the skies and the earth. Let's look at what it means in Lane's Lexicon Dictionary. To rotate, bring forth herbs abundantly, land abundant, fruitful, productive, luxuriant with herbage, a place for alighting and abiding. To tarry, to await, to expect, to be patient. Earth as opposed to heaven. And the ground as meaning the surface of the earth. That's also ard, on which we tread, on which we sit and lie. Good land, not bad land. Good land is ard. If you have some bad land, some poisonous shrubs and land and all of that, and land that is dried out, that's not ard. See, ard is not just the earth, it's the qualitative portions of the earth that fit this description you're looking at right now. To remain fixed, tarry in expectation on the ground, heavy, slow, sluggish, inclining or propending to the ground, submissive, a carpet, anything that is spread. Allah says that he spread out the earth. He raised the sky and he spread out the earth like a carpet. A tremor, vertigo arising from a relaxed state. And this is the most curious of all, a wood fritter or termite. Now, there's a scholar amongst the Muslims who's pretty much a new guy as a scholar when you compare him to others who have been around for decades that we know about. And I'm trying to remember his name. I don't know why his name falls out of my forehead every time I try. If any of you out there know, I was just listening to him this morning. Anyway, when I know it, if I don't know it by the time this is finished and by the time I process this video, I'll include his name on this portion of the lecture. It'll come to me though, inshallah. All right. But he says he made a connection between when Allah speaks about the earth, he translates that as scripture. Think about that. He translates earth, and this is worth inserting here. Dr. Haney, Dr. Haney. I forget his first name, but Dr. H-A-N-Y. You just Google that and you'll see most of his lectures. Now, he's a bit to handle because he goes into some very, very deep ideas. So don't just run out and, say, oh, I got it, and listen to him and you can be all messed up, because you got to listen to his lectures sequentially, in sequence.
Dr.
Now,
Hani Achan.
yes, thank you very much. Hold on, let me just write that in here so you'll have it. Hani,
Achan, A-T-C-H-A-N.
Is it A-N? Okay, all right, now we got it. Very good. Thank you. Put the doctor, give him his props. All right. Now, do I agree with every single thing I don't agree with any single thing I say. If I look at it again, I could have said that better. I could have done that better. But he's worthy of being up there in the top echelon. I can tell you that much. All right. But you can't just jump into his stuff and think you can get it, because it's deep. It goes deep. But he said that this concept of wood fritter or termite, and a termite is an insect that eats into the wood, and it's meticulous. It just keeps, like you do a cob of corn or something, when it's finished, it's just the cob, So he is saying that represents people who engage scripture on the surface level, just looking for its surface meanings. But they are super duper diligent at searching and researching scripture, but just on the mundane level. What does Allah mean by tree? What does Allah mean by, this fruit he's mentioning? Or what does Allah, they're not trying to go deep, but they're trying to get the details out of the basic level. of scriptural knowledge and information. And he said that the as-samawat is not the physical skies, and I've been saying that for years before I heard Dr. Haney say this. It's not talking about the physical skies. Allah's not trying to tell you about something that you already knew. We speak about that all the time. But he said as-samawat is referring to the higher echelons of wisdom that come out of the basic meanings. See, when you do the proper things that will allow for your mind to become acclimated to higher ideas that are based on these physical things being mentioned in the Qur'an, then you are traveling the heights, al-araf, you're traveling the heights that will bring you into insights that only Allah could elevate you up to. And he said what I said even before I heard him say this, that the word as-samawat that Allah mentions in the Quran, and I'm pronouncing it this way so that you'll get exactly how you are supposed to be pronouncing it. As-samawat. The actual word that means skies in Arabic is as-samawat. You see the difference? As-samawat. No emphasis on the ma part. There's as-samawat. That's what the Quran says. And then there's as-samawat. That's what the dictionary says is the sky or the heavens. And they're two different things. So the Quran is not talking about these skies above you. Because these skies above you, that's misleading. Because these skies are not actually above you. What do you call the skies that are beneath you? On the other side, on the downside of the planet. If you were in China's sky from here, I'd have to point down beneath the earth to get to those skies. So what is this up in the heavens stuff that they keep telling us about? And if Allah is speaking about the heavens and the earth, isn't the earth a part of the heavens? So he's being redundant. It sounds like he's being redundant because he ain't talking about what you think he's talking about. He's talking about two separate levels of reality in terms of how we view scripture. We view scripture and we read scripture and we give an insight into scripture based on its mundane meaning, meaning its socially qualified meanings, the things that Allah wants you to know in order to improve your social life, the life that is supposed to bring you into civil obedience to God, not to laws and politics. That'll come automatically if you're obeying the source creator. So it's to bring you into that mundane level, which is what all scriptures were designed to do, not to teach you about spiritual stuff. Scriptures are not about spiritual stuff. Scriptures are about practical things and how to live a practical life in obedience to the source creator who created all of that pragmatism. That's what scriptures are all about. How to live your life with your family, how to live life with your neighbor next to you, how not to defraud your neighbor, pardon me, how not to do bad things that will end you up in the pokey, from doing something illegal. How not to commit fornication, adultery, all of those mundane things that scriptures deal with. Thou shalt not, the 10 Commandments type stuff. That's for how we interact socially. That has nothing to do with spirituality as such. Spirituality is a misnomer. Spirituality is not a thing that comes into you. Spirituality is something that every human being is born with. Every baby, as I heard Imam Muhammad say once, is born spiritual. Not intellectual, spiritual, because spirituality, my words, is simply the interaction of the electromagnetic energies within your body's organism. Your body as a living organism becomes activated while in the womb to operate based on an electromagnetic spectrum of energies. For as long as the body is breathing, that electromagnetism within the body remains active and activated. As soon as that life force diminishes and disappears, your spirit leaves. That's what they call giving up the ghost in some of the more spooky religions. That's it. That's it. Once that happens and you are deactivated on the electromagnetic level, you are no longer a living being. And your spirit, whatever you're calling your spirit, your life force transforms. It doesn't die. Energy does not die. It only transforms. That's another subject we'll be approaching in another couple of weeks. Life and what they're calling death. That's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? All right. So there are those amongst us who are wood fretters, just, nibbling on scripture to see, what I should be doing, for my neighbor, what I should be doing for my wife or husband and children, what I should be doing for government and what I should be, and on and on and on. And I told you earlier that you shouldn't be following something called politics, but you should be deeply concerned about what is called the government. Politics developed later. Government is what all of us are invested in, because government begins in your family circle. There should be a leader in your house. There should be an administrator in your house. There should be a judge and a jury in your house. When one of the participants in the family does something foul or something out of sorts or illegal or whatever, and then you got to go bail her or him out of jail and all of that, and the other 4 members of your family, they're going to be suffering the brunt of the foolishness that this other one, who just seems to be daffy, he just doesn't care or what to do, or who's going to be affected by what he is. Well, then the family has to form the father can be the judge, and the rest of the family members, beginning with the mother, can be the jury. Now, the jury doesn't do the sentencing. The judge does the sentencing. I just heard somebody speaking on that this morning, and I thought I'd introduce that idea to you. The jury comes together and says, guilty. But then they hand it to the judge, and the judge says, okay, here's what you have to pay because of your flagrant violation of our family's rules and regulations. See, man, if your family's not into that level of government, you ain't really got no family. You just got a bunch of people sucking off of food and drinking and the television. Everything's a giant baby bottle for that family. They just go around sucking off as the YouTube, porno, that's what many families have become, unfortunately. It's amazing. Hold on for one moment, please. This is one of my sons wanting to know how I'm feeling today, because he gave me a nice mild workout yesterday. I told him I wanted to get back in the gym and keep up with his younger generation. In the event that I have to run a couple of miles, we never know which way this world is going. I don't want to have my son carrying me on his, on his back, So all of us should have a regimen for our families, daily, 2 or 3 days a week, exercise, even if it's in the home. Even if you are elderly, you can be sitting on your couch, raising your legs, up and down, up and down. You can be on your wall, just doing push-ups, standing up on your wall. You don't have to have a gym. You don't have to have a workout partner named Jim. You just have to have some motivation. And I'm telling that to all of our learners. I don't care who you are. You're in a wheelchair, you're on crutches, it doesn't matter. There are still exercises that you can do to strengthen that body so that all of that doesn't turn to muscle wastage. With all of the diabetes and these other things that are running rampant, especially through our communities, we had better bone up on how to make ourselves more physically fit. I'm going to have my son come on soon in another few weeks and explain what each one of your age groups can be doing from home. Story for another day, right? Okay. So we spoke about the land of milk and honey. Milk and honey are symbolic of the two fluids that flow from the pineal or the pineal gland and the pituitary gland. Two glands, the pineal gland in the brain, the pituitary gland in the brain. Look those things up. So that milk and honey become activated when reaching the bottom level of the spinal cord. And then those fluids return to the top of the brain in order to activate the supra-intuitive levels of cognition. Are y'all paying attention? Are you seeing this in your mind's eye as I'm explaining it? Two fluids come from two different but related glands. They are male and female, masculine and feminine as glands. The pineal is masculine, the pituitary is feminine as a gland. They secrete. That means they do it in secret. They secrete these two fluids that trickle down the spinal cord. See? And when they reach the bottom of the spinal cord, which is at the level of the root chakra energies, those energies that govern over your basic needs. They do what they need to do down there in the ancient Egyptian, the ancient Indian system. They call that Kundalini. They say there's a sleeping snake, a sleeping coiled up serpent at the bottom. I think I have a picture of it in a little while. And when that becomes awakened, that's what they call the awakening of the Kundalini, which then makes its way up the spine, back up the spine with those fluids. And when it reaches the tippy top, which would be the pineal gland, and it activates or ignites the pineal gland, that's when the human being comes into aspects of supra-intuition. How did you know that, Instructor? Because I experienced it. I continue to experience it. I don't go for broke like the yogis do, because I'm not trying to lose my mind. I'm not trying to go insane. I just want to open up some channels. I don't have to own the whole mansion. Just give me a couple of doors to work with. That's how I know. I measure my own intellectual and spiritual, in this sense, energy, spiritual, electromagnetic. I measure that. Listen to what I'm saying. Stand by one more instance. Pardon the interruption. All right. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. So this is the Santa Claus story of Christmas. Christ, on the esoteric level, represents the soul, the condition of your soul. When your soul becomes crystallized or crystallized, when all of the components of the soul begin to recognize each other and begin working together for your forward advancement, that's what Christ is. Christ is not a dead body on a cross. I'm sorry. Christ represents the full activation of the human soul called the nafs in the Qur'an. And in the Christmas story, Santa Claus, Saint Nicodemus, does that sound familiar? In any case, he lands on top of the roof, the brain, where the pituitary and the pineal gland reside. And he comes down that roof through the chimney, down the spine, in other words, those two fluids, and he reaches the bottom level where the coiled serpent is. They call this the fireplace in your house. However, you know the fire can't be raging while Santa's trying to make his way down there. And he's dressed in all red, just like your root chakra is colored red. So he goes down, but he has gifts for you and your children, right? Yeah. And he distributes those gifts under the Christmas tree. It's all speaking about stuff that's in your body. And he has to do it in secret because he is secreting. And then he makes his way back up the chimney, just like those oils do, those two pineal and pituitary oils. They make their way back up the spine. Now, how are they making their way back up the spine is the great question to ask. They're doing it through what you and I would call a salat. Iqamu salat, the raising of the salat. You get it now? Based on what? Based on activities that you are doing that are connected to your mental, your moral, and your emotional self. Things you need to be saying that the Qur'an calls dhikr. Things you need to be doing in order to activate this movement that are called as zakat. See, very few places in the Quran where it mentions as salat without following right behind it the words as zakat. Those who raise the salat and give the zakat. And it's talking about stuff that is much deeper than most of us have ever come upon as information. That's why you stay tuned in here, because you know I'm serving it up in measures that you can appreciate and digest. So it's not talking about a physical ritual called salat. Yeah, it's fine to do it and not do it, whatever. I'm just telling you what I do. I can't tell you what to do. I'm telling you that I have tapped into the most essential meaning for these things. And you can't prove to me that people prior to Muhammad the Prophet and his companions were doing these rituals. You can't prove that by history. You can't even prove that by scripture, that Ibrahim called people to something of ritual called as-salat and made ruku'ah and sajda and, qiyam. You can't find that in history. You can't find it in the Quran that Ibrahim did those things. That Ibrahim had somebody call the adhan and you all lined up, rows by rows. You can't find that in the Quran and you can't find that in the Muslim history. But you definitely can't find it. You find it in your hadith. I know that's the first thing you're going to point at, but you can't find it in hadiths that are attributed to Ibrahim or Musa. Where was all this sajda, ruku'ah, and all of that, and sajda, and qiyam, and where was all of that? If the deen has remained the same for all of the time that Allah has been serving up revelation, Adam should have been doing it. Long story. Anyway, not going to keep you there. That would be a rant. I don't want to give you a rant today. All right. So milk and honey, symbolic of the two fluids that flow from the pineal and pituitary glands. They become activated when reaching the bottom level of the spinal cord and then return to the top, just like Santa Claus does. It goes back up the chimney in order to activate these supra-intuitive levels of cognition, because that's when the fires will begin to become ignited in your chimney. Now, for the individual, here's the wisdom of Imam W.D. Muhammad, about to follow. Milk and honey represent the results of individual, that's the milk, as well as collective effort, that's the honey, in the establishment of community life. So this is what Musa was teaching his people about the milk and honey related to the promised land. Milk is simply the results of individual efforts on the part of an individual child or baby. You don't have two babies pulling on one tit. If you have twins, nah, got two tits. They get stuck there, and they're not going to both be hungry at the same time necessarily, right? So that's the result of individual effort. Nobody can help that baby get the milk. The mother can only squeeze and influence and rub the baby's lips and all of that, or put some milk on the lips and make him, if he's still asleep or sleepy. But that's the result of individual, and nobody benefits from that mother's milk, colostrum, and lactose, or whatever they call the actual milk product. Nobody benefits but the individual child. But in order to get honey, you have to have a collection of bees. Oh, yeah. You have to have a community of bees working on that. Someone in charge, yes, the queen bee, but it's the collective efforts of the bees that represent the honey, and the honey is, the milk is a little bit sweet, but it ain't near as sweet as the honey. So what does that say? The result of your individual efforts, like you sitting there, you making salad by yourself, but isn't the collective, even if you're talking about the ritual salad, isn't the collective effort of multiple people making salad, isn't that supposed to be a sweeter result? You get to meet and greet people you haven't seen for a while, or you get to, meet new people. You're looking for a wife or husband, and who is that brother on the line back there? Sister mine. Who was that? Who was that sister? I ain't never seen her in this message before. So there are benefits that are going to be sweeter than you just sitting by yourself, doing gestures. And I said that just to give a minor prop to the ritual prayer. Although you can do that at any gathering, you don't have to have a prayer, a ritual prayer, in order to achieve that. My, oh my. Jackie Gleason used to say, how sweet it is. He remember how I used to like to say that too, how sweet it is. And that's a fact. Now, the word Surah that we began speaking about, the S-U-R-A-H, is from these three letters, as I mentioned. This is just a review. The letters Sin, Waw, Ra. And it means to leap, to spring upon, overpowering influence, rose, elevated, ascend, mount upon. All of this is related also to the movements in the chakric energy field of rising power in you. Gives a common example of usage: assault the head. That's where the pineal is. Rush upon the head like wine. That's what happens when your pineal becomes activated. A wall, a bracelet, climb, scale, uppermost structure, force, strength, height. They put this in there. That surah means chapter. They had to sneak it in there somewhere. It has nothing to do with a book chapter. Eminence, nobility, high elevated station, rank, or any degree of a structure. A degree of a structure in construction is called a story. A story. This building is going to be 10 stories. The Empire State Building is going to be 100 and some odd stories, because back in the day, beginning in ancient Egypt, I believe every level of a building that they built represented a particular narrative. It was telling a story. They used to etch pictures in the sides of these buildings that told actual stories. The people who broke that tradition of a story meaning something were when Europeans started to build buildings. They started building buildings, as I said last week, for purposes of beautification. They just like beautiful buildings. Look at the modern cities now with all these new buildings going up. Some of those buildings are ugly. They are so ugly. I don't know who signed off on this. This new buildings come up like that, slant over there like that, go up like that. All the windows look like mirrors. Who's building this crap? But Europe started that. If you go to other nations in Asia and Africa, when you look at it, even the teepees meant something when the Native Americans put them together. See? And the teepee even tapers off like the pyramid, doesn't it? Because they were telling stories related to their internal growth and development and the growth of them as a society, and how society was to be structured, especially in the uppermost chambers of that structure. So We have a word now called his story. History is telling stories. What do we call the history of Muhammad the Prophet? We call it his Seerah. You see the S and the R still at work. Seerah of the Prophet. His life story. See? All of the different things beginning from day one when he received the revelation, or even before that, the Seerah covers birth all the way up to his prophethood and his passing. It's supposed to cover all of those stories put into one book, if you will. So it's talking about what raised up Muhammad. What was responsible for raising his fame, as they say in Old English language? Raising up his station, which Allah speaks about in the Qur'an. So I told you also about the word sore that contains the SR. And I told you a sore is a raised bump, like you see on this hand, on the skin. When a bird on an airplane soars, it must raise itself up off of the lower levels of ground. See, it's always a raising. When you see the RS together, it's always a raising. When your chakra energies rise, see the RS, along the spine, you will experience levels of cognition and intuitive enlightenment, which will give you insight into many, many things that you were previously not knowing. And that's what the Qur'an is speaking to in the surah called Iqra, that they translate as read. Iqra wa rabbukal akram. Read, and your evolver is most generous. Akram, most generous, ultimately generous. That's what your chakra energies are doing inside you. When you raise up the salat, they are generously providing you with level after level after level of enlightenment. Things that you never were taught, you'll begin to understand, because that's how Allah is reaching you. He reaches you beyond the college professor, beyond the parent or the imam or the priest or the rabbi who is teaching you for all of your life. You'll begin to come into an intuitive grasp of things, just looking out the window at how the leaves fall off of the tree, or how the fruits hang from the tree, or how the tree is established in the ground securely, even as the tempestuous winds blow at the tree and even bend it over, the tree bounces back. That's you Allah is speaking to. Iqra wa rabbuka al-akram alladhi 'allama bil qalam. The one who taught the use of the pen. I spoke on this, I think, last week. What's the name of the pen? Qalam. What does that sound like in English? Column. What is your spine called? Spinal column. Allah says he taught the use of al-qalam. You think I'm making this stuff up? That's what I call intuitive grasp of information that's beyond the average person's ken. And Allah assigns individuals to bring this information into this planet's atmosphere. And before you know it, somebody in China, somebody in India, somebody in Africa is saying basically the same thing that I'm saying to you. And we never met each other. And they never read any of my stuff. I never read any of their stuff. But as I continue to search for wisdom, I find people saying things. And I said, well, I said that 5 years ago. But not to him, because this is how knowledge becomes spread. You have to put it out into the air, into the atmosphere, and it travels on its own. That's how Allah teaches humanity. It's wonderful when you understand it. Beautiful when you understand it. And you see the bird soar through the sky, the SR, soar from lower levels to higher heights. The SORE on the Surface of the hand comes from lower levels, flat land of skin, and it develops bumps that are raised. That's what they call them in science and in medicine, raised bumps, measles and all kinds of, you see pus over here. It's nasty. I know, let me skip this picture. It bothers me. Okay. Now, the words raise and rise carry the inverted letters RS, as you can see. This S should be capitalized here, just so you don't miss out on the value of what we're talking about. So they carry the inverted letters. That means they go backwards now. Instead of SR, like in Surah and Seerah and, series and Soorah, it's now the RS. And very often when you invert letters in the English and in the English and Arabic languages, they sometimes they give you opposite meanings, but very often they give you related meanings still, even though they are inverted. So the Arabic word rais means head. If you're going to speak about somebody's head, you're going to use the word rais. And it alludes to the leader, the head of the corporation, the head of the family, the head of the tribe. They are all referred to by this word rais. And it's clear to see that the English word raise and rise could have very easily come from that Arabic word rais. The head is the uppermost part of the human body. The word salat is connected to the previous SL and SR words that we spoke about. And as you know, the R in these other words are interchangeable with the L's in these other words. So the SL is also the SR, and I told you that's what gave you sirat. But now we're talking about salat as something that carries the same theme of rising. Iqamatul salat. Rise up the salat energies, not your physical body. What if I'm in a wheelchair, or what if I'm laying on my back and I can't move? I'm whatever, incapacitated. How bad do I feel that I can't do what Allah asked everybody else to do? I can't do it. I got to do it in my head. How do I get the blessings for how many rak'ats I made and how many, of all of these other things that they say you get multiple blessings for? I can't get them because I'm crippled, or I'm incapacitated, or Allah wouldn't do that. That wouldn't be fair. How can you practice your deen if you are in that particular physical state? That's not fair. Whenever Allah reveals, any sane person should be able to do it. That's how you know it's not a ritual. It's a routine. And that routine can be carried out right from where you are. If Allah says do good, you can't get up out of your bed and go outside and do good. You can commission somebody to do good. Call somebody up, hey man, I'm going to shoot you some money through Cash App, and I want you to go get some groceries, and there's some poor folks, or there's some homeless folks on the corner of the Bay and Westchester Street. Will you please just drop that food off? Don't tell them who bought it for them. Don't say nothing. Just say somebody, a benefactor. You might be too busy to do it. Yeah, well, commission somebody else to do it. You're wealthy and all of that, and you haven't given any kind of zakat or sadaqah because you're too busy. You should never be too busy to give, even if you're giving advice. Go volunteer at your child's school to come speak to an auditorium about manhood, about what a woman is. They seem to have forgotten. What is a woman? A judge. Somebody positioning herself for judge. She couldn't answer that simple question. She could have answered it, but they wouldn't have given her the position if she had said what a woman is, as she knows a woman all her adult life living as a woman. So the world has gone cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and we refuse to be a part of that foolishness. So we're talking about the word salat as being connected to the SL and the SR words, And throughout the Quran, as I mentioned, we are encouraged to akamu salat, raise up the salat. Those are energies it's speaking about. And anybody who's conscious can do this. All it takes is the focus, the concentration that Allah placed inside the human mind. Concentration, meditation. Those are mental and emotional faculties given to you by Allah that nobody can take from you. You have to surrender them. You have to surrender your emotions to people who want to manipulate you emotionally. See, you have to surrender your concentration by stopping or taking the focus off of what Allah asked you to focus on and start putting them on what the people who are threatening you, what they want you to put them on. Raising the salat is the act of assuming the position of leadership over the self and then over the society. Notice the two-step process. This iqamatul salat that we're talking about, that the raising of the salat is the act of assuming the position of leadership over yourself first. Stop trying to command everybody else to do what you want them to do. And you haven't even commanded yourself to stop eating as much as you eat. Playing and being foolish as much as you are playing and being foolish. You haven't even commanded your own self. So your other leadership position is temporary. They're just playing along because you're the one who's giving them the paycheck. They're doing what they do in all the poor countries where the king comes out and he feeds them cake and ice cream and, and you think they're really loyal to that king? Oh, they can't wait for him to die. But for as long as he's alive and he has their food interest, they're going to continue to fake like they support him. The politicians are the same way. As long as they're controlling the purse straps, the people say, I'm going to be that party. They get the one giving me the goodies. When they stop providing those goodies, then the people are going to stop providing their support. You're seeing it happen in the world right now. The only way they can hold on to it is by psychologically creating an event that is really akin to hypnotism. It's hypnotism. They're hypnotizing masses of people now into believing that people are for them who are adamantly against them. And they are just waiting they are not even waiting. They are just grabbing. It's a land grab and it's a money grab right now happening in so-called government. And you know what? I'm going to tell you something very interesting. What you're seeing take place amongst the senators and the Congress and the president and the vice president and all of that, we're seeing it as people in government doing that. And it's really not. There's a sham that has been taking place for many decades in this country, America. And it's been a sham ever since they've taken the government off of the gold standard. I don't know if you know anything about that history. The money used to be on what's called the gold, backed up by gold. They took away the gold standard. So money is now able to become what they call fiat money, where they can just crank it out of the machine anytime they want. And that causes inflation to go up and all of that. And the people whose pockets are fat, their pockets can continue to get fatter because there's no prerequisite for more money. All you have to do is say, I need more money. I need this. I got a new budget. It's $1 trillion. And that way we go to Washington, we crank up the machine and we give that country or that person or that government or that locale $1 million or $1 billion, like we did with Ukraine. Where'd all that money come from? I thought America was broke, near broke. How they get trillions of dollars, billions and or trillion to give away to a foreign country? Who most of us, I know I can't. If I had to do it like right away, I couldn't find Ukraine on a map. Can you? And even if you could, what interests do we as an American public have in Ukraine? And in what's going on between Ukraine and Russia? Let them duke it out. What they got to do with us and our people and sending our children over there to die, which is their next move on the chessboard, by the way. Institute a mandatory draft for your children and grandchildren, my children and grandchildren. I already have a plan for my family if they do such. I ain't gonna share it with you on YouTube. That's what the breaking down into the 5 people groups are in the next couple of weeks. I'll be sharing with you what my plan is for how to overcome the impending set of catastrophes that they are planning. All of them won't happen, I don't think, but a good portion of it very well may happen. And if you're not ready, you're just not ready. Let's continue. So again, raising the salat is the act of assuming the position of leadership over the self and then over the society. One assumes leadership over the self by raising their chakra energies from the root level up to the level of pineal gland activation. Now you might say, well, that's too Indian for me. That's too Vedic. That's too Easternly, Easternly from that's the East, the middle people in the East and all of that, and India and all that, and the chakra and the yoga people. I'm from the hood. I can't identify with that. All right, so let me just change the language a little bit. One assumes leadership over the self by raising their basic energies. They also call the endocrine energies. So I'm going to put that word here so you can study it. Endocrine energies. That's the opposite. That's the Western world. That's how they see what the Eastern people see as chakra energy. They see them as 7 basic endocrine glands of energy from the root level up to the level of pineal gland activation. This activity creates a metaphorical fire indicative of enlightenment. It's not a real fire inside of you. It's a metaphor for activation, for heat. And you literally feel heat when you reach those points of activation and intuition where the mind becomes inundated by new ideas. Sciences begin to pour in without you having studied to become a scientist, without you having studied to become a sociology major. You'll be coming up with ideas about how to bring society together and eliminate racism and sexism and all that, and you wouldn't have attended a single sociology course or a single anti-racism rally. Allah will be teaching you then. So here are your 7 chakras. I'm just going to leave this chart for your own. In fact, if someone will remind me, William, I'll put that on you again. I'll send this chart out, or I might just send the entire notes from today out when I send out the replay. But it begins at the bottom, red chakra. This spiral here is what they call the Kundalini energy at rest. When it's resting, unactivated. Then it reaches the root chakra. And it begins to proceed up the ladder. A total of 7 raisings. Life begins down here because if you don't do those things that are rooted in the life, safety, security, all of those things, then the life will be interrupted and you can't go further up the ladder. But here, you're going up from the red to the orange to the yellow. Notice these are the 3 basic colors in the sunrise. You'll first see a reddish glow, which the Qur'an talks about. The reddish glow of sunset, because this opposite movement happens when the sun goes down. See, but as it's rising, you get the red glow, then you have the orange hue, then you have, when the sun is well up, the yellow. And all 3 of those manifestations of light serve to energize the green, which is the earth itself. Productivity. You want to know how to be a more productive human being? Study what these 3 mean as Instructor Benjamin Bilal is giving it to you in your language. That's important. As I'm giving it to you, other people are giving it to you, but they're not giving it to you in your language. I'm you. I'm from where you're from. So it makes sense on your part to listen to what I'm saying. So those are the three lights that we call variations in the sunlight and the sun's energies and the sun's rays that energize the earth. And this is the heart chakra, which rules over love. The heart chakra. The word heart is, if you interplace a couple of the letters, you get the word earth. Yeah. Heart. See? Earth. Then above that, you have the throat chakra, where communication is vital. And this is where your power is. Your power is in communication, being able to communicate. Musa had a problem right here, but Allah removed his problem in his tongue, and he was also able to ascend. I taught you a couple of weeks ago about the Ida and the Pingala, the left and the right. And in the middle is the Sushumna. All of these ideas are in the Qur'an, in Quranic language. So my job is to interpret them out of Vedic language and Eastern mysticism and all of that, and make the corrections that are necessary that the Qur'an gives, so that you'll understand how the Qur'an is superseding the so-called wisdom that these Eastern mystics have established, and on the most part have hidden from common people. And like I said, you can hide something so well that you end up hiding it from yourself. And it's very evident to me when you look at what's going on in India, the starving of the people in the midst of cows roaming the land that you can't kill and eat. Something has gone awry over there. I'm not trying to be judgmental. I'm just looking and I'm just observing and reporting. Something has, for you to have people who are almost like you see in the people of Biafra in Africa, you know, their bones are showing and all that because they don't have access to food, with the millions and whatever amount of billions or whoever, how many people there are in India, and they won't kill a cow. Something has gone awry. Can't you have like a temporary? I'm sorry. I'm working some of your nerves out there who believe in those systems. I don't mean to do that. All right. But common sense is common sense. Let me continue. So here is the working definition for a word that many scholars have not yet settled on as the meaning related also to the word as-salat. Some scholars, not all, say that Sod, Lam, Ya are the true root letters for the word Salah. Others say it's Sod, Wow, Lam. So let's look at that. Sod, Lam, Ya means to warm at the fire, to endure heat, to roast, fry, broil, burn. You probably didn't know that was in your Lane's Lexicon Dictionary, did you? But I want you to look back at the chart. You have something here called the solar plexus. Solar means sun. And then up here, you have something called the pineal gland activation, which also provides a light, a fire within. So you got two places for fire. You got the solar plexus, which is where your personal fire is. They tell you that the solar plexus rules over your individual ego, but that the third eye activation is what sparks the energy necessary to rule over your social ego, meaning how you see yourselves as a social or a socially oriented group of human beings that care about other people outside of your individual self. You know how people talk about the collective. Salaamun Alaykum. All right. People talk about the collective ego. And if you know how to manage that collective ego, the ones that say that my country is the best country, or the ones that say that my people matter most, Black Lives Matter, it's okay. That's your collective ego, but on a very, very minor level. The ones that say America first, that's okay. But that's on a very, very minor level of expression. That is designed to broaden with time and with an interest in other people outside of yourself, recognizing that other people have your same needs. They have your same wants and desires, but your heart has to be acclimated for expansion. And when it does, then this local collective ego becomes an expanded and expansive ego that covers not only the human population, but will cover even visitors from where they call other places. You know, you'll start to have more of an interest in the cosmic than you do in the terrestrial. You'll become more celestial than terrestrial. You'll take care of all of your terrestrial needs, but you'll still be sitting around wondering, what is that out there? And what I'm saying to you is that the Qur'an addresses those expanded needs. Ma fi samawati wa ma fil ard. What is in the so-called skies and what is in the so-called earth? Man fi samawati wa man fil ard. Whoever, not just whatever, whoever is in the skies, so-called, and whoever is in the earth does glorify Allah. How beautiful it is. Let's continue and get out of here. All right. So that's in your Lane's lexicon. To warm at the fire. That's not a bad thing. That's what Musa was doing when he heard the voice of Allah beckoning him towards the fire. He said, maybe I will find something there to just as a burning, a burning brush or bush or whatever, and just be able to warm my hands. I can invite my family down that I left outside of the valley, and I can say, come on, get some of this. There ain't no food or nothing here, but at least we can get, because it's chilly out here at night in the desert. Maybe we can just warm up, put your hands, how we do, over the stove, when it's cold and you ain't got no more gas. Electricity is off or whatever, you find a fire or something. Kindle some wood or something, right? Or start roasting a little duck or something like Bruce Lee did in the Chinese Connection, out there in the woods. That's what it means. Sod, lam, ya. In the Surah called An-Nisa, the women, 10th ayat, it says, those who unjustly eat up the property of orphans, eat up a fire into their own bodies. They will soon endure a blazing fire. Not just a fire, a blazing fire. Now, what I'm saying to you is that this fire is also indicative of the bursting forth of super intuitive insight based on the pineal gland's activation. Now, you might say, well, that's a good thing, right? Yeah. Well, why is it a bad thing here? They eat up a fire into their own bodies. See, Allah is trying to teach you something about the components that he placed inside your body. You think this is just talking about the physical body of some physical orphans, but you really don't even understand what Allah means by orphans. So pay attention. Orphans are simply those who have been denied parental leadership. You see all of these people in the African American community and the Latino community, they're all starting to come out for Donald Trump. And this is without me saying anything really political. I'm just using this as the best example. Latinos for Trump. They got hip hop songs now. Now they got blacks for Trump. You understand? Dudes with gold teeth and they oh, Trump, 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 right? These are orphans. You want to see the Qur'an in real time? Listen at what Instructor Bilal is telling you. Those are orphans, those supporters. They have not had parental leadership. They have been denied parental leadership. They have had parental leadership killed off in the life of their people and their sojourn in this part of the world called America. They form gangs and start gang banging, robberies, murders, all kinds of things happen when you're denied parental leadership. When you're denied the people who are supposed to be passing on the traditional wisdom for how to live life in excellence. You don't have that leadership, you're going to fall backwards on the ladder. Certainly, we have created the human being in the most excellent of organizational designs. Thereafter, we have debased them to become the lowest rung on the ladder, the lowest of the low. See, there's an ascension, fi asani taqweem, excellence, and then there's a descension or declining, asfala safilin. So it's not the fire that's the bad thing, the nar. It's the blazing part that's the bad thing. You understand? Fire is, don't follow that whole protocol that says fire, bad, bad. But no, fire is a great fire. Man, if it wasn't for the fire and what we invented to do with fire and around fire, man, the Quran tells you that it was a man who kindled a fire. It wasn't the fire that was bad. It was what those people were planning while sitting around the fire that became the bad thing. So Allah had to put out their light. And leave them in utter darkness. It's talking about the darkness of the mind, the ideas that were oppressing these people and how they were using that oppression to push on the minds and even on the souls of the unaware and the unenlightened. So it's the sa'ir, that's the word for blazing. See? There's the naran, the fire itself, and then there is the wayaslauna. You can see the salah in there, the salt and the lamb, but this is the key word, sa'iran. Sin, ain, ra. So let's see what that means. To light or to kindle a fire, make it burn, provoke mischief, to be blasted. That's not talking about what the pineal fire does. To fire, to blaze. You see Iblis in there? Blaze. To heat, hell, flame. Madness. You see people being driven to madness today? Insanity. Possessed. You see people, these people are demonic. Coloring their hair all kinds of purple, red, pink, and all of that. And people are going buck wild now in terms of what we used to call logic. It's illogical now. Why are you looking like that? Pins and needles, torture, just putting needles in your eyelids and through your lip and all. Self-mutilation is what they call it. And it's for a reason. These are psychological things that are happening, not because those people are bad. Those people are in the dark. Their intelligence is being mismanaged. I really hope you can understand what I'm saying without me sounding like I'm casting aspersions, because I'm not. There are true demons that have been released on this earth as we speak. And it has nothing to do with whether you're a Democrat or a Republican or a liberal or a libertarian or independent. It has nothing to do with a political party. That's just a shell, a cover that's covering what Shaitan is actually doing behind the scenes, serving as the modern day Wizard of Oz. I hope everyone out there is all right. Y'all all right? Should I keep going or should I cut it off right here?
We're all right.
Keep going.
Keep it coming.
All right.
Keep rising.
Song says keep rising to the top. I like that song. All right.
Imam,
Yes.
yes, Salaamun Alaykum.
Alaikum salam.
Would you be able to briefly talk about the different names of Jahannam, of hellfire, and like Jahannam, Jahim, Nar, those kind of things?
Yeah, I can do that, but I can't squeeze it in today because I have too
Oh,
much.
okay.
But I would ask you to just text me at some point or email me. I can actually fit it in as early as next week.
Okay. All right.
Okay?
Thank you.
Because many of those names, those words are not what we've been taught they are.
Okay. Good.
Okay. But
All righty.
I'll be
Thank you.
glad to do that.
Okay.
And I'll do it in a way where you'll understand how it affects your individual life
Okay.
and the life of society.
Yes.
All right. And just understand that there are different kinds of fires, you know. There
Yes.
are different colors of fire. And the one that you would think was the coolest, the blue fire, is actually the hottest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you have some of those colors that you have in the rising sun, the red fire, you have the orange fire, you have the yellow fire, but above that is the blue, and the blue is the hottest. These are signs from Allah, ayat. And they represent those different levels of what they're calling hell.
Okay.
But hell doesn't mean what we think it means. Hell only means that which Allah allows to make you whole again. You hear the connection between hell and whole?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll explain those things, inshallah, if you remind me.
Okay.
I'll be listening to this replay all week, so I'll probably have reminded myself by then. But please send me an email or a quick text or something, and just remind me to stick it in for next week.
Okay. All right.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
What's your first name?
Nabila.
Nabila. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
All righty.
Always happy to see you in the queue.
All
All right.
right.
Okay.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Yes, indeed. All right. So let's continue. The pyramid, as I've said to you before, is symbolic of this fire in the middle. Now we're talking again about the pineal gland in the middle of the brain. These people from ancient Egypt, they had this science. And the Greeks also studied it, and they gave it the name pyramid. Pyre means fire, and mid is middle. The fire in the middle of what? In the middle of the brain. So this pyramid represented the rise and the ascension. It represents the same thing that as-salat represents, rising up the salat. This is just the ancient Egyptian way of indicating the same movement in the brain or in the mind. It has 3 sides, but it has a base or foundation of 4. You can see 3 here, but just imagine the one that's directly behind this one in the back there. There's another base. So it's a square base, it's a 4-sided base, but it's a 3-sided structure as it rises. Remember what I'm telling you now. This is all science. Then you have the capstone, which represents the leadership. And it was the leaders in those ancient Egyptian kingdoms that were actually buried in many of these pyramids. So they became places for the burial of the royal dead. But it also became places of great exchanges of knowledge and wisdom. These were also schools for the initiates back in ancient Egypt. called the Kemet at the time. Schools were in these buildings, in these structures. And they were schools to school the initiates into the development of the human life and the human soul and its properties and possibilities. That's what was going on in these chambers. That's why it's on the back of the American dollar bill. And this fire flame represents the same idea as this pyramid rising. Represents the same idea, the flame of the fire. When people want to tell you how to purify or cleanse the pineal gland so that the energies will begin to flow, there's a science behind that also, so that your ideas will no longer be mundane and regular. When you start to think, you'll be tapped into what's called cosmic reality. Imam Muhammad called it at one time, becoming cosmic man, when your interest will rise above the mundane or the earthly, as we like to call it. Earthly concerns, your rent, your mortgage, your car note, your food bill, those are mundane. You need those, you need to worry about those. But if you can raise up to this level of pineal gland activation, you'll have another source feeding you cosmically that will make all of those other concerns minor and easy to achieve. That's what I'm attempting to help open up for you, in you, if you would just pay attention to the information and do the simple, practical things necessary to activate these energies within you without doing anything super duper, without doing anything extra mystical, magical, without elevating off of your living room floor rug or anything like that. You don't have to do any of those things. Allah has made this particular day we're living in perfectly acclimated for the easiest fitra-based method for raising that salat energy within you without going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs in the process. Listen, you can become a trillionaire. There are people in Saudi who are trillionaires, but I don't need to be a trillionaire. I don't want that kind of responsibility. If I become a millionaire or maybe even a billionaire, that's enough for me. So it's the same thing with the activation of the pineal. I don't have to be Einstein. I don't have to walk out of that being able to tell you what's going on Mars or Pluto. I don't care for none of that stuff. But I do need enough money to be able to cover all of my mundane cares and concerns and then spread the wealth from that point on with people like you. How many of you want to start a business? Okay, come on, let's gather. How many of you want to start a school? Come this way, let's talk about that. How many of you want to start orphanages to really take care of the true orphans in this world, the unenlightened people? The people being taught incorrectly, being taught against their own interests. So as they grow older and older, they do nothing but self-destruct more and more. Who wants to establish a school that we can begin encouraging our young people to go to that will teach against that madness? That's what I want to use wealth for. The few dollars that I asked you for, that's nothing compared to what I need. But the few dollars that you send me allow me to float my boat until we can do better. So that's a little advertisement, a little commercial for, just whatever you can send. And I'm giving you a great discount off of next semester. I told you earlier, $100. Hey, you should be rushing to send in your payment for next semester if you can do it. It's due on July 1st, but I'm giving you a $100 off if you do it between now and June 6th, if you didn't get that memo. Because I got to keep this boat floating. And it ain't easy, especially when you're not materialistically oriented like that, where everything I say, every other thing I say is looking to stick my hand in your pocket. I ain't that kind of guy. Sometimes other people got to remind me, hey, did you ask them for the payment this month? Did you put the people out who didn't make the payment and didn't communicate with you? No, because that's not my modus operandi. I want to share this far and wide, but it's your responsibility to respond to the call of those who call on you to support them. Now, a new day is coming. And I'm telling you, I can't afford the weight of the people who are just hanging on with no participation, passively on the sidelines, and just they're waiting for the next piece of what they consider to be entertainment, I guess. Things I say that they can go say to somebody else or refute with other people. Here's what he said this week. I know you're out there. Yeah, have a good time. Your day's going to be short-lived, though, because this is serious. Serious and Sirius. Both are speaking to the soul. So get serious. Now look at that. Here on the right are actual pines being set on fire. That's why they named this gland the pineal gland, after the pine cone. First of all, it's shaped like a pine cone. If you get a good look at it under a microscope, not even under a microscope, it's shaped like a pine cone, pea-sized gland in the middle of the brain. And they called it pineal or pineal because when the Kundalini energies rise and activate it, it does exactly what the pine cone does when you light it on fire. It crackles like firecrackers, sparking all over. That's what your ideas, that's how it happens in my head every day, all night long. Those ideas are sparking, sparking, sparking in the instructor's brain. And I know some of you know it now because when you wake up, you tell it to me. You say, you know what idea I had? And it's nothing I taught you. It's what Allah taught you. And most of the time I tell you, that's correct. I had one this morning call me. I said, that's half correct. And then we put the other end of the other piece of the puzzle. Now you're all the way correct. But that came out of his mind because his pineal gland is becoming activated. I don't like to tell you that too much because I don't want to scare you, but I know it when I hear it. Let's continue. Then you have this symbol over in Rome, Italy. This is the Pope's scepter. And it's a picture of intertwining snakes or serpents, like you see it in the medical symbol, the caduceus, I think they call it. But in the middle pole is a pine cone. Why do you think that is? If Instructor Bilal is making all of this up about the pineal gland, the pineal gland, why do you think it holds such reverence in the Catholic Church to the point where it becomes the center pole of the Pope's staff? Because this is the Ida, this is the Pingala, and this is the Sushumna, that when it becomes enlightened, it sends off the sparks. They know it. This pine cone is all over the Vatican, outside of the Vatican, and in ancient religions that come out of ancient India and places like that. They know the meaning and they know the references to the pineal gland that this holds. The Bible knows it. Ancient Egypt knew it. Jacob wrestled with an angel in the Old Testament. He wrestled with an angel of God, who some of the leaders in Christianity say was actually God that came as an angel. And it says that Jacob wrestled with the angel, which means Jacob wrestled with God. And then the Bible says Jacob won. The angel just dislodged his thigh bone. Symbolism galore. He dislodged his thigh bone, but Jacob won the fight. And it says that this particular struggle took place as Jacob laid his head on a stone. And it was in a place called Peniel, Pineal, or something like that. Peniel, clearly referring to what came to be called the pineal or the pineal gland. So this is called understanding fire dynamics, key factors influencing how fire spreads. I'm not going to go through this today, it's too lengthy, We'll save that for next week, but that's going to give you tremendous insight. You can actually look that up on your own. Just Google the name and it'll bring you right to this article. And it's going to give you tremendous insight into what the Quran is speaking to when it speaks about these different kinds of fires, especially in relation to the fire triangle. What is that triangle? It consists of fuel, fear the fire, whose fuel is men and stones. Incorrect translation, but you understand where I'm going with this. Fuel, heat, and oxygen. I gave you a meaning for the word Ahmed and Hamd that consist also of these three elementals. We're going to be bringing it all together and bringing it home soon, but you got to pay attention and you have to study. So those are the three things that you have to understand if you want to truly understand what fire is, especially the oxygen. Iblis, who we believe was made from fire, that's what he told Allah. He said, you created me min nar. But we don't know that in the Arabic language, when you use min, it only means that that's only part of the thing that he was made of. See, if I say I made this soup from vegetables, it doesn't mean that that's all that's in the pot. There's water in there, there's seasoning in there. I just told you one of the things, and that's what Iblis is doing. He's just telling you one of the things he was made of when he says you created me from fire and you created him from mud or clay. Min always means minute, a minute part, not the whole thing. Iblis is not all fire. Jinn are not all fire. The human is not all clay. They are min nar, min tin. Because if Iblis had told you that in order for his fire to burn, he needs also the element of oxygen, he knows that you would have figured out as a scientist that if he was deprived of oxygen, the fire would be kaput. It would be put out immediately. Soon as you put that bowl over the flame and no more oxygen is able to get in to feed the fire immediately goes out. We all know these are elementary school science projects and things that we do. So once you understand what air means, Imam Muhammad said that air is symbolic of influence. So all you got to do to put out the fire of Iblis is understand what influence he's leaving and fight against the influence. Allah says, do not fight this Satan him directly. He said, fight the schemes of Shaitan, for his schemes are weak. His scheme is to keep you, what the young folks now call, gassed up. You get it? He wants to keep the whole society, the whole world gassed up. You know, today they got the famous phrase now, Allah is showing you by keeping it in the culture. They call it gaslighting. Stop gaslighting me. That's what's keeping the fires burning of racism and sexism and chauvinism and social inequality and all, because they're gaslighting the public. That's Iblis in operation. That's how you know, because the language is consistent with what Allah has revealed in his Qur'an and in what the Bible has revealed even before the Qur'an about these things. So you have to work on oxygen deprivation. You see how all of those people during the so-called COVID thing, the issue was oxygen. They all had to be put on oxygen machines. They were being deprived of oxygen and dying. You got to understand the language and be able to transfer it and translate it into modern 21st century understanding, not 7th century understanding. That's what the purpose of Nunetics is. It's a training for the human brain to take you out of the Flintstones, that era and error, and put you squarely into modern times. That's what Elijah Muhammad was talking about, bringing you right up into modern times. For whatever you thought about the rest of his teachings, he has some gems in those lessons and in those lectures, right down to modern times. The Amish are still riding horseback. That's not modern times. The Arabs figured it out. Let's get our butts up off these camels and we better get some Cadillacs and some Mercedes happening up in here. Right down to modern times. So I'm teaching you how to rob the devil of his oxygen, of his influence. Nature abhors a void. If you're going to snatch his oxygen from him, you're going to have to replace it with something that you live off of. You're breathing his air. You see how many songs came out in the R&B world about I can't breathe. You think that's accidental? George Floyd, I can't breathe, all over people's t-shirts. You think that's an accident? That's accidental? No. Shaitan is controlling the volume of information that is coming out that is actually controlling the world of culture, entertainment, politics, economics. Shaitan is designing, he has designer language now, that if you are astute, as I'm trying to teach you to be, you'll be able to listen to one broadcast and say, listen to the words he used. Even in this whole Diddy thing, this whole Cassie thing, all of these names are part of the scheme. That's why he keeps changing it. They keep telling him, you got to change it now. You got to be Daddy Love now. And you got to be P. Diddy. You got to be Puff Daddy. Puff, air, see, oxygen. You don't understand that these things are planned way ahead of time. These things are sometimes planned when those artists are in grade school. And we don't see it coming. Nothing escapes Shaitan's plan. But in this day and time, his plan is just, the only difference is it's becoming sloppy. He can't hit all of the bases. He can't round all of the bases and make it home because he's like an octopus now. He's trying to do too much, everywhere and trying to grab the whole world. And as the more and more world he tries to grab, the more and more the world escapes him. And that's Allah's doing, because Allah is stepping in, because the end of Shaitan's scheme is nigh. It's nigh. It's right here. Allah's scheme coming up on Shaitan. And Shaitan don't know which way to run. You don't know which way to run. And then eventually it's just going to grab him and choke him out. Then he'll be screaming, I can't breathe, because we'll be smothering his fire. You better smother the fire in your home. Those influences, you better learn to smother it before Shaitan gets to you and your children, because they have a maximum effort that they're putting together as we speak, through media, through the music, through the culture, through the fashion. They operate through every possible avenue available to them. And they're going to be doing everything, especially between now and the next 6 months to a year, to choke out the life of the true human, to make you less than the average animal in this society. But they have to turn you against each other first. That's the reason for all of these immigrants coming into America, not just from Mexico. How are they coming from countries in Africa? China. They're supposed to be America's enemies. They're coming from China. Thousands of people coming from China. Army-aged men. These are not women and children that they told us about when they first started letting them in. Oh, we're the country, give us your raggedy, give us your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free. These are army-aged men coming into this country with hardly any women. So who's got this dire need for a standing army in America, that we have to let millions of these people into the country unchecked? don't know what kind of diseases they had, don't know what kind of gang life they were living over there, coming over with all kind of tattoos all over their face, little blood drops, meaning how many people they killed. They letting these people across the border. Come on now. Stop being stupid. Because you prejudiced against Trump or whatever, you can't see it. It's right in front of your eyes. And then it has nothing to do with Trump. It has to do with what they got planned for your American life. You can vote for whoever you want to. I don't care. It doesn't bother me at all. But you got to stop voting for evil. People who are going to take your jobs, take your apartments, take your space. You'll be the homeless one until they figure out what to do with the homeless, and they already got that figured out. They'll be beginning with Los Angeles, San Francisco, those places where there are hordes of people who they have already dismissed from the human race as being worth saving, shooting up right in front of your children as they go to school. Where do you think all of these people are going to end up when all of the money is going towards the immigrants? When I do this, that means illegal. Not the legal ones who come here the right way as they've been doing for many, many decades. I'm talking about the ones that come over here unvetted. We don't know where they're coming from. We don't know what gangs. They are emptying the insane asylums in these countries and saying, go over in Venezuela, take the old hordes of these people we just let loose and let them go over there into America, the land of freedom. Yeah, free to be dumb. Send them over there. Mexico, oh, we got the life we wanted now, that only the halfway good people are still here, and all of the bums and the trash and the inmates and the corruption and the murderers and the rapists, we sent them all over there to the wall, to the border, and they are unvetted. Nobody's even checking to see what their history is. Is this your real name? We don't even ask for IDs. What in the world is going on in the world? You need to be asking yourself that question. This video might not stay up but 2 days. I'm trying my best to be judicial in my use of words and language and frequency so I don't get on that algorithm thing and they say, oh, he's talking about, conspiracy stuff. It's amazing. Let me continue. Yeah, so all of these things are dealing with the dynamics of fire. So we'll get past that. So the word that we're using called as-salat for the ritual prayer is from these 3 letters: Sod, Lam, Wow. I think I gave it to you wrong the last time. I think I said Sod, Wow, Lam. But it's Sod, Lam, Wow. And they make it mean prayer, supplication, petition, oration, eulogy, benediction, commendation, blessing, honor, to magnify, to bring forth, to follow closely. Now you're getting to the real meaning of those letters from this point on. To follow closely, to walk or follow behind closely, to remain attached. That's all you need to know about what they're calling as-salat. All of this was added by the Persian influence on what they called namaz, ritual prayer. Namaz. This is the true Quranic salat. And that's not even all of what it means. Remember, I gave you the word. It's in the latest of the 3 books I have on salat. I gave you the word cloud. And then I showed you the consonantal connections between that and the word salat. The C in cloud is the S sound, and it interchanges with the S sound in salat. The L sound in cloud is the L sound in salat, and the D interchanges with the T. So now look at oh man, what a jump you have now in terms of scholarship. That means that what clouds do, listen to me carefully because the fitrah is teaching you. It ain't me teaching you. I'm just pointing to objects in the fitrah that are consonantally connected to the words that Allah has given you in the Qur'an. So when Allah says salat, I want you to think about the consonantally connected word called cloud. Allah speaks about the clouds in the Qur'an. and how they follow behind each other like slaves. They trail behind like slaves. They're connected to each other. Some of them exist as individuals, cumulus, just piling up on top of itself like you do when you make your individual prayer and you pile up those rak'ats and all of that. You can be in the room for hours just piling up like I missed Fajr, and you keep piling them up just like the cumulus clouds. Then some of them are connected, like you see 2 or 3 clouds connect with each other, or some of them are connected all the way across the sky, like the grand connections of people who are making the ritual prayer even. But it's not talking about the ritual prayer. What are the clouds doing? The clouds are responsible for the rain. What is rain in scripture? Revelation, the dispersal and dispersion, I believe is the right word, of revelation itself. The collection of water molecules that become too heavy to stay up there. Allah didn't intend it to be up there. Whatever salat is, it's supposed to be distributed down here. It's not supposed to take you to heaven. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, and you're all up there in your own personal heaven. No, whatever salat is supposed to be doing for you, it's supposed to be distributed socially. It's supposed to connect with other concerns. And it's supposed to rain down, sometimes in torrential pourings, sometimes, as Allah says, light moisture suffices. Talking about you and the things you do to keep purification in effect amongst human beings on this earth so that we can continue to live that civilized life that we spoke about earlier. The sabil, the road, the sabilillah, the road ordained by Allah. So in a horse race, when the second horse follows the first one so closely that its head always overlaps the first horse's body, that horse is called al-musalli, i.e. the one who follows closely or remains attached. That's what a horse is called. That's following closely. If you look at a horse race, the horse is coming behind. He's right there near the rump. Listen to me carefully. He's right there near the rump of the leading horse. If he's back here, he's not a musalli. If he's way up here trying to do what they call a wind by the nose, that's not musalli. A musalli is one whose head is approaching the rear of the horse in front of it, where the rump is. Let's prove it by this dictionary definition. It's the central portion. This is wonderful. Evidence is wonderful. The central portion of the back, the portion from where the tail of an animal comes out, the rump. Sorry to scream. And then they call that musalla. That backing, that overlapping at the section where the tail of the animal comes out, the rump. So why are they telling you that a musalla is a place where you go to make prayer at the masjid, the room in there, they call it a musalla? That wouldn't have been called a musalla. Words that are indicating places, they begin with M-A, not M-U. M-U means he is that, or that, they are that. It's talking about living beings. Muhammad, one who is a person, a living, breathing somebody. Masjid, M-A, a place of sajda, masjid, a place of sujud. So how all of a sudden the rules for the language change because of a word called a musalla, because they wanted you to believe that that's a place. Amazing. They'll give it an H sometimes or something else to indicate something else, but it's the same rule for the MU prefix. It's the same as we say person, place, thing. MU is person. MA is place. MI is thing. In Arabic as well as in English. I'm comparing the two languages. All right. So this is a chart that I want you to look at once it's sent to you also. You can print it up, do whatever you want. Look at it. It's one to study. But it's the 7 rings of the chakra energies with important words within it for you to remember and connect to things that you're reading in the Qur'an, where you are observing these tendencies, these behaviors, these emotions, these thoughts. The base chakra, which is red, means to be here, meaning to be present. Remember Santa Claus with his presents coming down? The red cloth man? Yeah. He needed to be present at midnight on Christmas Day to deliver his presents. And presents, Presents, sounds exactly like Presence, presence, to be present. It's showing you what organs it's dealing with. Allah speaks about people's bowels that will be inflamed, the bowel, the intestines, the adrenals, survival. So when you read the Quran, look for these signatures. Bismillah, with the signature of Allah. These are signatures where Allah is signing off on certain tendencies in human nature and human behavior. If you're reading carefully, you'll be able to pick up these tendencies and trace them back to what endocrine gland or what adrenal gland or what chakra energy is being addressed. It groundedness, but particularly fear and safety also. Then you move up to the next, sacral chakra, and it means to feel, not just to be present, but to feel. And look at the organs that are being regulated: the heart, the lungs, the thymus. The issues that is going through are love, anger, grief. What does Allah say? That those who truly have faith, there will be no fear on them, nor shall they grieve. So look at that. It's covering both chakras. You can see how beautiful this is. There shall be no fear. Those who believe, and also among the so-called Jews and also among the so-called Christians, there shall be no fear. Those who believe in Allah in the last day, the day of consequences. You can't just believe in God. You got to believe in God, and you got to believe that there are consequences for your behaviors. When you reach that level of connectivity, believing in a creator and in the consequences of your actions. الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا, those who have faith, وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ, and do actions that are reconciling, bringing things together that were forced to be apart. So look at how Allah has connected these 2 energy circles or cycles. How beautiful is this? That's what I mean by super intuitive. You think I learned this in a book, or do you think Allah downloaded this into your instructor? And not even in a spooky way, in a realistic and pragmatic way. And it's the same. I know there are those of you who are going through the same thing. Like I said, I talk to you, I listen to you, and sometimes I tell you, man, you tapped into that frequency. Allah gave you that. I didn't teach you that. Then you continue to go up the line. I won't go through all of these, individually, but they overlap. Just like here to love, love is a feeling. So look at the issues. It's still love, anger, and grief. Like it is here in the sacral chakra beneath it, because they are overlapping. This is the Hebrew, the crossing over that I was telling you about. Even in your energies, they cross over. See? But here, which is actually the next logical one, from here, the red, to here, the orange, to here, the yellow, then to the heart chakra, green. But here, the organs of the liver, the stomach, the spleen, and the issues are power, purpose, and shame. This is ruling over your individual ego, and it has to do with your actions. This is the sun as it shines brightly at 12 o'clock noon. so to speak, where everything that you're doing is being seen. Everything that you're doing as actions are being governed over by the 12 o'clock sun. Then it goes up to the throat, the blue chakra. And you can follow the rest of this logic for yourself. This is where Moses had a problem in his tongue-tiedness, in his ability to communicate. Then it goes up and up and up. You can read this for yourself. But when it gets to the crown chakra, that's going to eventually ignite the pineal fire. That's where you have cognition. That's where you have the connection to divine, or its opposite. It can go one of two ways. Either you come into the goodness of it, or you suffer from the misuse and abuse of it. Let's continue. Now, I need to go through this hadith and we'll be through after this. Various hadiths contain much greater detail. The Isra is the part of the journey of Muhammad from Mecca to the farthest place of worship, though the city is not explicitly mentioned. You see how these hadiths go sometimes? They tell you that's what it means, but it ain't even mentioned like that. And remember now, Isra is a part of the lineup of SR words that I wanted to introduce to you today. See the SR? Isra. The same for Israel that they call Israel. It's all coded language. So the Isra is a part of the journey of Muhammad. They say from Mecca to the farthest place of worship. Though the city, again, is not explicitly mentioned, the journey began when Muhammad was in the great mosque in Mecca. And the archangel Jibreel, or Gabriel, came to him. Now, two things. The Qur'an never ever refers to Jibreel as an angel, as a part of the Mala'ik, the angel class. Nowhere. It says the angels and Jibreel, but it never includes Jibreel as being a part of the angel class. Keep that in mind. Put that in your back pocket. Just hold on to that for a minute. They say Jibreel came to him and brought Burak. Now, this name Burak, not in the Quran. He brought Burak, the traditional, Burak is called the traditional heavenly mount of the prophets, meaning anytime a prophet travels, they're traveling by Burak, even though that's nowhere to be mentioned in the Quran. Burak carried Muhammad to the, quote, farthest place of worship, end quote. Muhammad alighted, tethered Burak, meaning he tied him to a post or something, and then he performed what they're telling you is the ritual prayer, Salat, where on God's command, he was tested by Gabriel. It was told by Anas ibn Malik that Muhammad said, quote, Jibreel brought me a vessel of wine, a vessel of water, and a vessel of milk, and I chose the milk. This is what they're saying Muhammad said, that the angel brought him some wine. The angel brought him some water and a vessel of milk. And it says, I chose the milk. It's beautiful when you understand it. But these are just wise people in the history writing these things and calculating these things and chronicling these things. It doesn't mean it happened in real time, in real life. Jibreel said, you have chosen the fitrah, natural instinct. So according to this, they're calling milk a symbol of the fitrah and natural instinct. You think they're going to share the reasons for that with you? I bet you can't find it. In the second part of the journey, the mi'raj, an Arabic word that, listeners, an Arabic word that literally means ladder. Isn't that what I told you? The spinal column is symbolic of a ladder. I'm going to have to excuse myself for just one moment, and I'll be right back. Remind me to restart the recording when I get back. Stand by. Okay, back on the block. Sitting here becoming dehydrated and didn't even know it. Some of y'all got to remind me, instructor, go get a drink of water, please. Right. Alhamdulillah. All right, so we got about a
Welcome
good,
back.
thank you. We got about a
Amen.
good 20 minutes left, so let's wind down the clock and get out of here so we can do other things with the family, etc. Let me get my notes back. And here we go. Thank you all for your patience. And I know you know by now that this information is essential, absolutely essential. So finishing what was being said about these hadiths, the Muslim public, we know the word mi'raj, but we didn't know that it literally means ladder. So you should be asking your imams questions when you read things like this so that they can become better informed. Say, what does the word mi'raj mean in the ascension story? If they don't know, say, yeah, I read that it meant ladder. Why do you think it means ladder? You got to ask these questions. Why do you think it means ladder? There's no mentioning of a ladder in the mi'raj. Then it says, Jibreel took him to the heavens, where he toured the 7 stages of heaven and spoke with the earlier prophets such as Abraham or Ibrahim, Moses or Musa, John the Baptist, Yahya, Ibn Zachariah, and Jesus, Isa. Muhammad was then taken to Sidrat al-Muntaha, a holy tree in the 7th heaven that Gabriel was not allowed to pass. Listen to what they're saying. That when he reached that 7th heaven, Jibreel was not allowed to pass. Look at your 7 basic chakras. When you get to the 7th chakra, Jibreel was not allowed to pass. How wonderful this is. And it's because of what Jibreel means. So let's get to that. According to Islamic tradition, God instructed Muhammad that Muslims must pray 50 times per day. However, Moses told Muhammad, no, that's too difficult for these people, wink, wink. And he urged Muhammad to ask for a reduction until finally it was reduced to 5 times per day. So that's how they got the 5-time ritual per day. That's nowhere in the Qur'an. That's a part of their lore, L-O-R-E. Now, the name Jibreel means bone setter and is a coded reference to the spinal column itself. Ikra wa rabbuka al-akram alladhi allama bil qalam, taught the human being by the use of the pen. What is the pen? The pen is the tool that carries ink, just like your spinal column carries fluid. So look at the root letters for Jibreel. Jim, Beit, Ra. To reduce from a fractured state. It's talking about your bones. Or restore from a state of poverty to sufficiency. You see that? Set or reduced from a fractured state. So Jibrail's job was to take fractured things and restore them to their original state. A poor man being likened to one who has a broken bone, and his restoration to wealth being likened to the setting of the bone. Now listen to all of the things that the name Jibreel is related to. To compel, meaning to force. Isn't that how they say he approached the prophet when he first appeared in the cave of Hira, that he choked him out? Came from behind him. You read, Ikra. This wasn't no, what happened to La ikraha fi din? There's no compelling in the deen. That didn't go for Muhammad. He was forced. I can't read. Oh no, okay, we talking about a little more. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm joking about it. It's not a funny matter, but it's comical. And I can joke about it because it's not in the Quran. I'm not joking about what Allah said. I'm joking about what these people who came behind Muhammad said about Muhammad, that Muhammad knew nothing about. Something as important as this. You don't think Allah would have put a reference to it in the Quran? He didn't even put as much to let you know that this was the first revelation. There's nothing in here that says the first revelation was Iqra. The scholars always tell you it is assumed that the first words from Allah to Muhammad the Prophet was Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq. It is assumed such, not proven. It is assumed that the last words revealed to the Prophet was that your deen has been finalized. It's been completed and perfected, and I have named it Al-Islam, and this is your deen. And they say those were the last words, and then other scholars come behind that and say, no, it was this other thing that Allah said. That was the act. They don't even know. All these witnesses, and they don't know. You should know that there's something going on behind the curtain that they haven't told us about. Let's continue. So, addition of something for the purpose of reparation. Big word in the Black community now. Reparation. In computation, self-magnification. They say that the angel Jibril appeared as big as the skies. His whole wingspan was across the skies at one point. Scared Muhammad to death. What kind of compelling is this that God is doing to this man? That's oppression. That's oppressive. There's no other prophet in the history of religion where it's spoken of that the compelling force to bring him into the religion was on this level. Scaring the man to death, upsetting his nervous system. But see, in that bad shape that you had to come from behind him and then from before him, almost like what Iblis was doing. You got to appear as a big bat in the sky or whatever, and then you reduce to a man who just got some muscle mass that's choking you out, like you in the gym, whatever that is. The wrestler. See, this is the same wrestling. You don't understand, but this is the same wrestling that Jacob did with the angel. You get it now? That I told you about from the Bible story, where Jacob overcame the angel that was wrestling with her and threw his thigh bone out and yada, yada, yada. It's the same story. That's where they got it from. Because this is not a new story. This is a story that is part and parcel of many myths that have occurred throughout the world in many different parts of the world, and that was their religion. Began just like this. So the Jibreel that the Quran is, and in fact, it doesn't even say it was Jibreel. When it says Iqra, it didn't say Jibreel told him, Kul Iqra bismillah. No, it's not in there. That Jibreel told him to say. All the other places say Kul, Kul, Kul. But why this one left barren? We better get off the gravy train of mistranslations and misinterpretations and prepare to take a seat on the newly constructed aircraft called the Lunetics Institute. We have an ink also, it's INC Incorporated. That's the ink that fills our pens. So look at this. Magnification, pride, haughtiness, all of these are attributes of Iblis. Why would they give all of these attributes that actually belong to Iblis? Why would they give it to an angel and call him Jibreel? To be bold, audacious, inordinate, tyrannical, overbearing, extravagant. A king. Didn't Iblis want to be in charge? You don't understand the old switcheroo that they did in the language. That's not what Jibreel means. That might be what Jabbar means, but that's not what Jibreel El, power, force, El, G-O-D, small g. That's not what that name means. They just combined the best of both worlds and gave it to you as a character in the religion, not in the deen. And this is the religion they're creating here. There has been no prophetic office, but a kingly office has succeeded in its place through someone's self-magnification, pride, haughtiness, or insolence. That means that they took it over. They they told you that the people wanted them in this position, but they finagled it to make it look like the people wanted them in this position. They fabricated some numbers, you know, they did what the Wizard of Oz just does. He's just behind the scenes, behind the curtain, you know, so that when you open it up, you think he's the rightful one in charge. Slave, servant, no retaliation or expiatory, I don't know what that means, mulct, I don't know what they were trying to say. Exacted for a thing or person. Tall. Statue, Jibrayah. Above the reach of the hand. Ascend the palm tree that grows tall for the cutting of its fruit and retaining excellence. That palm tree is in you. It's in your brain. I'll show it to you next time. It's an upside down tree along your spine also that branches out. They call it the tree of life in the Bible. Now, this is necessary, so bear with me for just about another 20 minutes or so. Let's talk about the name Seerah. Seerah, that's out of the Bible. Old Testament in relation to the wife of Abram, or Abraham, as he came to be called. Look at the meaning for her name. Princess, Senate, S-E-N-A-T-E. Its etymology is from the noun Sarah, S-A-R-A. Look at what it means, dear people. Ruling body, from the verb sharar. Look at what it means, to retain liquidity, like water. You know how sometimes there are diseases that can happen in the body that are responsible for water retention in the legs, especially to retain liquidity like fruits do. Related names are Ahishar El Elohi. And here's what I wanted to show you. It's related to Israel. The same word Isra that we're talking about is related to Sarah. To Sarai, that was her first name. When Abraham had conferred on him the obligation over the whole of the people, then his name was changed from Abram to Abraham. Her name was changed from Sarai to Sarah. You can also see the hint of the Arabic word Seerah in that name. And these are the other names in the Bible. Sharon, that's related to Sarah also. The etymology of the name Sarah is identical to the to the Hebrew noun Sarah, meaning princess or noble lady. That's the most important point for you to remember right now. The name Sarah is talking about a group of people, not a person physically in history related to or the wife of Abram or Abraham. Is talking to a station or an office of people, ruling class people. Now, when you understand that, you'll understand, especially you Christian and Jewish listeners who are with us, you're going to understand that Sarah is still in the world with us. Even in our government, we have something called the Senate, don't we? They carry these ideas forward. Now, the root, and I want all of you to remember to go to Abaram Publications. and you'll see a bunch of words from the Hebrew language, and you'll have a fun time if you're studious with this site. So the root sharar has to do with rigidity, being rigid, resulting from the absorption and retention of liquids. So there are certain qualities in plants. One is called turgur, that keeps the plants rigid, but what's keeping it rigid is the fluids that are within that particular plant. Like some plants contain gels. I forget the name of that one plant. We're very well-known gel comes out of that plant. If you remember, just holler it out. All right, green plant, long leaf
Aloe
plant.
vera.
Aloe vera, that's right. There you go. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, great. All right. So listen to this now. Remember, I told you that water also represents the economy, the banks, the water banks. So look at what they're saying. These are Jewish scholars telling us this now, but this is above and beyond what you're going to get in church, listening to the preacher. Trust me when I tell you that. Or in the synagogue, just listening to the average rabbi. These people are tapped into wisdom. Trust me when I tell you that. So listen, it means the rigidity that results from the absorption and the retention, the holding on to of liquids. Liquidity in economy, just like when the economy is flowing, right? That's a good thing in the economy. When the monies are not stagnant, dissipating, disappearing, when it's flowing from one industry to another industry, into commerce and into business and into education, and the economy is flowing and everybody's being fed and well nourished, that's a good thing. So it can be liquidity in the economy or liquidity in data, information, like in IT and so on. So information is also liquid. How beautiful this is. Tell these imams they better get on this train because it's about to pull out of the station. And it refers to the ultimate effects thereof. The promise of Jesus's that streams of living water would emerge from within, not from out there. Streams of living waters would emerge from within. That's in John 7:38. It tells of a curing of social lymphedema. Social, hear what he's saying, dealing with the blood. Social lymphedema, when pools of stagnant wealth, not stagnant blood, stagnant wealth, whether fat, cash, or data. Stagnant data is when they don't let you have information. When those things are released or re-released into society to benefit all. For more on this, see our article on the noun doulos. They go into the Hebrew and the Greek on this site. I might just do a whole course or class, I should say, on how to identify what you need. Remember, I told you last semester I'm going to be showing you Hebrew correlations for what we're finding in the Qur'an and the Arabiya. Because I want you to become astute in English, in Arabiya, and in Hebrew and some Greek. So whether you're dealing with the Old Testament and its Hebrew contribution, whether you're dealing with the New Testament and its Greek contribution, or whether you're dealing also, of course, with the Qur'an and its Arabiya contribution, you're going to be able to mix and match and interchange between all three of those and understand how the Qur'an is setting the proper corrections on the other ones flanking it. So the noun Sar means chief or ruler. Still talking about Sarah. Chief or remember in Surah, what did we say Surah was? That top level of the wall. We'll get back to that in a moment before we close. Someone in whom a society's wealth is concentrated. Its feminine form, Seerah, denotes a princess. So there's a masculine, Sar, which means the chief or the ruler, someone in whom a society's wealth is concentrated, like the king. And then there is the feminine form, Sarah, who is his co-pilot, so to speak. And it denotes a princess or a noble lady, or perhaps a ruling class collectively. See, collectively means a group or community. Community is always feminine, like the ummah is feminine. So it's the ummah, and then there are the rulers, the leaders of the ummah. The denominative verb sarar means to be a chief. That's the verb, S-A-R-A-R, sarar. You've heard of a sorority? They're all related. The noun sharirut describes firmness in a negative sense, stubbornness, like when you don't want to budge from your position. The noun shur, this is their letter shin, this is their letter ra. R, see, shin, ra, shur, refers to the umbilical cord, and the noun shira, it refers to a bracelet of some sort. The noun sharir apparently denotes a sinew or muscle because the liquid gets entrapped within the muscles also, that keeps them flexible and stops them from stiffening out. Wonderful wisdom. Mystery verb, Seerah, is used only to describe what Jacob did with the angel. We find that in Genesis at these chapters and verses. It's traditionally been translated as to wrestle. You see the RS in wrestle. Opposite the SR in Sarah. Follow me closely. It's traditionally been translated as to wrestle, but it obviously metaphorizes, meaning it makes a metaphor out of Israel's formation into a political unity based on the retention of knowledge and skills. That's the liquid. That's how Israel became strong politically and economically, by retaining the knowledge and passing down the skills, especially to future generations, which we're not doing. The derived noun, misra, literally means place. You see the mi, same thing as in Arabic, means place. Mihrab, Misr, which they called Egypt in the Qur'an. It literally means place or agent of Sarah. It occurs only in the famous prediction that the Misra will be upon his shoulders. See, that's said about the one coming that they call Jesus, the Christ, that a government shall be upon his shoulders. What's upon your shoulders? That's your government. Governing the mental. Governing, giving rules, giving discipline, giving orders, edicts to the mental. That's your government. Mental, governing over the mental. And look, government, consonantally speaking, GVRN. The N is a suffix, so push it into the back room. You're just dealing with the G, the V, and the R. GVR. If you take that G, that G sounding government, out of the English language and put it into the Arabic language, there is no hard G, so you have to put in the soft G, which is J, the Jim sound. Now you have Jim, V, R, but there's no V in Arabic, so you got to replace it with another labial. and the next available labial would be B. Now you have J, B, R, the exact consonants that form the name Jibrail. But I'm almost through. Give me a minute. So this is Jibrail over the mental government. This is the bone setter, the one that's controlling the flow of the chakric energies that take you from mundane into supra-intuitive, mentally speaking. That's your true government, not this red, blue stuff that they're trying to push down our throats. They are now experiencing an elevation and an evolution on their own. Allah is doing it. Allah is causing America's entire social system to evolve, whether they like it or not, as Allah says, come ye together willingly or unwillingly. And the skies and the earth said, we come willingly out of chaos and confusion. That was Allah's doing, not Trump or Biden or whoever else you voted for. You got to understand that there's that surface activity taking place in the world, but then there's a behind the scenes, over the top and beneath the flooring set of energies that are moving creation in the direction that Allah is going to be most pleased with. Allah is elevating many, and those who on their own consciously refuse to be elevated because they like the low life stuff, they like the porno, they like the gambling, they like the drinking and the smoking and the patting of the girls on the backside. They like that, and they are consciously choosing to remain there. Allah's just going to clean. The Khalifa comes in, the custodian comes in, and he starts cleaning that, pushing his broom, swiping his mop across the floor, emptying the ashtrays and the garbage cans, and they got to move on to a different place if they want to continue that party. But the Khalifa is here to say, lights out, party's over. You don't have to, stay here. I mean, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. You got to see how all of these ideas are interchangeable, interconnected. So that's what this is talking about. The verb shara means to fill and release. Mishra denotes the juice of grapes. The noun shirya denotes a kind of weapon. And you have to fill weapons with bullets and cannonballs or whatever, and then you got to refill them, right? You release them and then you refill them. And the noun shiryan or shiryan describes body armor. The link between physical, political, and intellectual rigidity is obvious. Now, the meaning for the name Sarah. For a meaning of the name Sarah, the study Bible that they list read princess. That's what they say Sarah means. Here at Abaram Publications, we suspect that this name refers to a senate or a parliament that commonly in more complex societies operates in conjunction with a monarch. Oh boy, they've just blown the whole thing into smithereens. They're saying that Sarah represents a senate, a group of people who are voting on something, deciding on something as subordinate leaders. The Senate is not the president. The Senate has control over certain things, like the jury we discussed earlier has control over certain things, but the jury is not the judge. Can y'all follow me on these connections? This is wonderful. So that's the Senate, or the parliament, as it's called in some other countries. So it operates not by itself on its own, it operates in conjunction with a monarch. See? This is what they were going for when they connected the Sunnah of Muhammad with Allah and the Qur'an. This is where they were going. They visualized or envisioned the Sunnah as what these people are designating as the Senate, Sunnah, Senate. And they're visualizing the Quran itself being authored by Allah as the monarch, the king, the ruler, and they're supposed to operate together, Allah and the Sunnah of Muhammad, but they got it mixed up because they were dipping and dabbing into too many extraneous bodies of knowledge that they were trying to make fit with the newfound revelation called the Quran. And the first mistake they made was in assigning the Senate the role of the Sunnah, but in the Quran, the role of the Sunnah belongs to Allah. There's Allah's Sunnah. There ain't no Muhammad's Sunnah in the Quran. There's Allah's Sunnah, but and Allah said, and his Sunnah never changes. So his Sunnah is tied inextricably into the fitrah itself that never changes, essentially, never changes. Winter, spring, summer, fall, never changes. The Arabic word surah refers literally to the top edges of a fort, which needs to be navigated very carefully in order to prevent oneself from falling and injuring or even killing oneself. I repeat the ayat again. لقد خلقنا الإنسان في أحسن تقويم ثم رددناه أسفل سافلين. Safilin, asphalt. Safala, asphalt. From that high perch of knowledge, understanding, rulership, kingship, or whatever you want to call it, discipline. When you fall from that higher height and hit the asphalt, you're not even hitting the soil. You're hitting the asphalt. You're going to be busted up something terrible. And that's what's happening to people right now as we speak. That's why you have all of the drug addiction, all of the alcoholism, all of the homosexuality, and all of these other things that represent a fall from the high perch of human excellence. That's why you have that. Because we no longer know how to navigate our human excellence. Doesn't make the people who are caught up in this confusion evil. No. Some of these people might be the best human beings walking the planet Earth. That's why we need to also have an apparatus in place to be able to teach them, talk to them. You don't push them away. Everybody needs to be given a fair shot at understanding this language. La ikraha fi din. You just can't compel them. You can't say because of your lifestyle, if you don't accept what I'm telling you, off with your head. You can't do that, Muslim. Throw them from the highest mountain. You can't do that, Muslim. You're doing that now. That's why the world hates you. But you can't continue to do that. Allah gives you the strict rulings or rules for how to evaluate promiscuity, pardon me, and abhorrent behaviors amongst human society. Allah gives you strict boundaries for how to handle that. How many witnesses you need for this. In order to convict someone of a charge of sexual violations and all of that, there has to be at least 2 witnesses. If they're males, there has to be 2 witnesses. So can you imagine now? There are 2 people walking past your window while you're doing these violations of what do they call it? Adultery, for instance, or what's the other one? Fornication, when you're not married and having illegitimate sex, as they call it. Now, here you and your homeboy walking by their window. Do you know what you have to go through to be able to witness them having illicit sex? First of all, you have to be at their window, unless they got an open door and they're doing it right there in the living room. You have to be like, push those curtains back a little more. I can't quite, the lighting is not quite right. Your ass should be the one in jail. You ought to be minding your business. That's not your business. They're not in the open street or in the open highway as the people of Lut were. They were in the open. Yeah. Got to do something about that. But these people in the privacy of their own homes, not right. For you to be tiptoeing through the tulips looking for people who are violating the sex. You know what kind of sexual deviation and suppression has to be going on in the mind of a person like that, who's that interested in catching somebody doing illicit sex to the point where it's got to be not just even them, they got to bring somebody with them and say, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Is that Ralph and Joey? Oh my goodness. You have violated their privacy. That is between them and whatever they call their Lord. Now, some of you might disagree with that because you're hard-headed, you're stiff-necked, and you're rebellious. And you don't understand the guidance of Allah. You don't understand. So Allah says again in closing, in speaking about what a surah is, from chapter 2, Surah 2, ayat 23. And if you are in doubt as to what we have revealed from time to time to our servant, then produce a surah like thereunto, and call your witnesses or helpers, if there are any besides Allah, if your doubts are true. I've already given you the proper translation for that in the earlier series of classes on the subject of what is a surah, what is the seerah, what is these. So look back on those other classes. I'm not going to retranslate this for you. Just understand that the production of a surah, the bringing forth of a surah, S-U-R-A-H, as we translated it or spelled it, has nothing to do with you coming up with a poetic rhyme or a poetic sequence of words and then saying, yeah, this is a surah. And it's like what you have, Muhammad. You know how many people have done that, have tried that? That's not what it's talking about. It means to produce a body of knowledge that can elevate people up to the premier level of academic, social, scientific, philosophical excellence. That's the rim that we live on, like the ram lives on the rim of the cliff, the ledge of the cliff. That's why the academic people call learning the acquiring of know, K-N-O-W, ledge, L-E-D-G-E, knowing the ledge. Knowing the ledge means to know where the boundaries are that we're not supposed to step over. See, when they give us their so-called information and religion and so-called science, pseudoscience and all of that, they're constantly violating the edge. Theirs spills over into racism, like in ancient India, the Vedic system, full of racism. In fact, that's where the caste system and all of that other racist stuff in history comes out of, separating the people, the humans, by color classifications. The untouchable blacks on the bottom, the Dravidians, the dark-skinned blacks on the bottom, then the Brahmins on the top as the lords. And they're the lightest people because they came out of Indo-Europe to rule over the black, dark-skinned Dravidians and all of the other ones in between. So racism is baked into their ideology. You understand? Racism is now baked into traditional Christianity because of the white Jesus, the presence of this white guy on a cross. There couldn't have even been a person looking like that in that part of the world, so-called 2,000 years ago. Those people did not look like typical Europeans with blue eyes and blonde hair, or brown eyes and, brown hair or blonde hair. Those people did not look like the typical idea that they give us of the so-called white Jesus on the cross. So when you say that white Jesus is the Son of God and God, you're saying the white man is God. You can't see this yet. That's the main problem bugging the world right now, that they are afraid to put the finger in their spit on right now because they know what kind of convulsion that would cause. It ain't about the Black Lives Matter. It ain't about the KKK ruling the world. It's about the artificial construct that this world of social manipulators have created that say whiteness is God. That's what needs to be dismantled first. That's the first domino that needs to be flicked so that all of the rest of the ones will fall in order wherever they travel to, whatever lands they end up in. That's going to be the crux of the problem. The elevating of so-called race over human qualities. When other religions and mythologies used the color scheme to represent their gods and goddesses, like, you got, in some places they have a god that's blue. In other places they have a god that's pictured as black. But those blues and blacks in those other lands and those other mythologies and those other religions did not mean literally blue. Those colors had meanings as symbols. But when they gave us the white man on the cross, it had no symbolic meaning. It didn't mean pure. And if it did, that's still a messed up thing for us to believe, that if it's white, it's pure. All of these people that kept us in slavery and Jim Crow and were burning us on a daily basis, 50 hangings a day during Jim Crow. Those white people, they have nothing to do with my idea of purity. So we can't even associate the white as something symbolic in these demons that demonized a whole group of people. That's why I can't establish them as the moral vanguard for the choices that I need to make. I can't establish a MAGA as the moral high ground for what I need to be dealing with in this world. I can't put to say MAGA when I know a lot of those MAGA people are the closet Klansmen and closet white supremacists and these. I can't do that, and I know that Biden himself was a supporter of a major Jim Crow advocate, Klansman. He gave his eulogy. It's all over the news. How come people can't see it? Because they've been made blind, deaf, and dumb. Or as the Qur'an puts it, the deaf, blind, and dumb. Umyun. Someone, unmyun. I'm missing one. Bukmun. Someone, bukmun, umyun. Deaf, dumb, blind. They will not return to the path. So you got to know who you're dealing with in real time. Stop just joining organizations and efforts and putting on hats because they're popular now with the hip hop artists, or giving your allegiance to a particular party, the blue party. You don't even know what the blue in Democrat means. You don't even know what the red in Democrat means. Those are fictions out of people's imaginations that trace all of the way back to the concepts established by Adam and Eve, with Adam meaning red earth and Eve, the evening is when things turn blue and bluer. So that red and blue game has went all the way from Adam and Eve to the Bloods and the Crips of today's major cities. Bloods being the red, Crips being the blue. Bloods being the beginning of life, when babies are born, lots of blood. Crypt being the place they bury you after you die and begin turning gray and blue. Leave the body out long enough, it's going to turn blue and gray, or gray and blue. And these are the satire, as Imam Muhammad used to like to say. This is the satire that they put on society. And we just gobble it up. And we have to stop being like that. Never be an advocate for fads, fadistic life, things that come and go. Always look to contribute to something that is trending, things that people thought about before they joined it, or before they advocated it, or before they supported it. A trend. Remember, Muhammad gave us a book back in the 80s that he said we should read. It was called the Mega Trends. Some of you will remember that. You have to understand how trends are created as opposed to fads. Fads come and go. Fads are constantly being manipulated, okay? You know, like in The Wizard of Oz, the Wiz, you know, this is the new color, y'all. It's no longer, you know, yellow, it's red, or it's no longer red, it's yellow, then it's green, and they did it in the blinking of an eye, like that big jinn in the Qur'an. I will get you what you need, Suleiman, in the blinking of an eye, the opening and closing of an eye, you'll have it. That was the wisdom of ancient Egypt also. That's why they got the eye of Osiris and the eye of Ra and the eye on top of the pyramid on the back of your dollar bill. Because that's the magic. They are masters of the fad. And you know what fad means? It comes and it goes. Chia pets, you know, all kinds of fads that have come and gone. Knicker pants. That's they used to call them. K-N-I-C-K-E-R, pants, knickers. They come down right below the knee, and mostly women wore them. Knickers, they called them. Hot pants, you remember those from the 60s and the 70s? These are fads. What does that mean? All you have to do is follow the numetics method of interchanging consonants, take the D out of fad and put the T into fad. Now you got fat. Now, all you have to do is learn scientifically how fat is created in your body. It's created because it has no place to go. There's no part of your body that's calling for it. You get it? This is the fact. There's no part of your body, of your life, that's actually calling for this new line of clothing. There's nothing in your fitrah that's calling for you to get rid of all of your skinny ties and now adopt all of these fat ties of the 70s. See? It's just that your fat lapel suit that you bought doesn't look right with your skinny tie. So now you got to go get a fat wide tie to match your fat lapel, the new suit. But it's a fad because it's going to come and go. And fat in your body happens because your body can't make a decision as to where this thing actually fits. Fad, fit, T and D, interchangeable. Fat, fit. It's either going to fit or it's not. Sometimes things don't fit into our closet. We cram them in. That's what your body does with fat, that it doesn't know where to store it. It stores it in your love handles, as we call it, right? Stores it in your thighs and your breasts, in your cheeks sometimes. Well, your cheeks are getting kind of fat. That's food that didn't know where to go. And it's putting it on the side until it has time to figure out where it should go. So that's a fad. The taking on of more and more stuff that you don't even know where it actually fits in your life. Taking on friends on Facebook. That's fat. You don't know where these people, you don't even know where they're coming from, much less where they're supposed to go. Some of them are government agents. Some of them are, CIA. Some of them are looking into your bank account. You're giving them all your information on Facebook. They're fat. I just gave up some super duper information for those of you who are wise. So you can't reproduce a surah. You cannot reproduce that eminence. You cannot reproduce that pristine level of excellence in human behavior and human thinking patterns. You can't reproduce that. I don't care what you come with if it's not the Qur'an. That's why Allah says, and call your witnesses or helpers if there are any besides Allah. Because besides Allah, you can't match this eminence. You can't match this height. Can't come close. So that's your surah, this top level right here that you have to balance yourself on. After you struggled up the bricks to make it to the top, that's a part of the sirat. Just like it's a part of the rise of your chakric energies from the root all the way up past the heart, past the this to that, the third eye, and then up to the pineal or the pineal gland energy, where those energies are to be activated, just like in the top of the roof is where the heat begins to do what it does to heat the entire residence. But when you get up here, you better know about putting one foot in front of the other to balance yourself, because that fall is tremendous from this level. That ladder, if it gets pushed over while you're climbing, a tremendous fall. Remember that? Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty together again. It's speaking to the same phenomenon. Let's continue. A surah needs to be carefully navigated also in a way which allows one to follow the sequencing of characters, events, and logic. See, that's what we're calling a series, the sequencing of characters, events, and logic. So you can't just slap together a surah. You got to follow this scientific process of sequencing together in a logical fashion the characters that come in and out of the story, the events where these people end up, which can successfully guide one to safety, like it does in every movie that has heroes. The hero starts out innocent. He runs into a challenge. That challenge almost takes his life. But somehow in the final hour, he's able to turn things around to the point where he's able to capture the bad guys, round them up, rope them up, take them off to the pokey, and save the day. One has to be cautious of each step in the progression of logic, which can only be sequenced by our source creator. So again, before joining any new organization or claiming any political allegiance, you got to look at that next step, buddy, and say, what are the ramifications of me supporting this? I had to do that with Imam Muhammad. Say, what are the ramifications of me supporting his language and logic? And I support a lot of people and what they say. But before I will repeat your name over and over again and give information from what you taught to other people who might need to learn this, I had to kind of really, study you thoroughly to be an advocate, especially after you're dead and gone. You know how many people in his community don't even mention him anymore after his passing in 2008? No, that's enough of that. I'll go on to the Arabs and what they have to say, or the Pakistanis and what they have to say, and then read their books and quote from their khutbahs. I'll go into just the hadith almost purely, and maybe, quote a verse or two from the Qur'an, what I call a verse from the Qur'an in my khutbah. But I'm going to begin that khutbah by repeating hadiths, and I'm going to end that khutbah by repeating hadiths and maybe a small verse. رَبَّنَا آتِنَا فِي الدُّنْيَا حَسَنَةً وَفِي الْآخِرَةِ حَسَنَةً وَقِنَا عَذَابَ النَّارِ. See, that's how I'm going to end it, so they know I'm still squarely with the Quran. But 90% of your khutbah was from hadiths and your personal life and whatever you're doing in the hood or whatever. So who's zooming who? No pun intended. So these things can only be sequenced by our source creator. And this is why Allah puts forth the challenge to produce a surah like what is found in the Quran, in his Quran. Anyone guiding you up to that height and then across that height can only do so based on noble intentions. That's what Seerah means, also connected to the idea of surah. Seerah means princess, one of noble height, not noble height, but noble characteristics that causes you to envision them as being, high on the list of people you should respect and admire. This is the other reason why the antagonistic ones cannot produce a surah like it. Their enmity, their hatred, their resentment, their envy, and their hostility will not allow for it. You'll never be able to create a high perch of excellence like that for as long as your mind and your emotions are in the gutter. You trying to match what Muhammad brought, you can't do it without being envious and hostile and resenting what he received. So it can't, Allah says you can't do, and you never can do it. Produce one like it, and Allah says, and you will not be able to do it because of what's going on inside. So lastly, oh, I read this for you already. We go past that. In today's psychology terms, these would be people in denial. The people who don't want to accept the message of Muhammad in the form of the Qur'an, they are in denial. All of these Christian missionaries and apologists and all of that stuff that they're wrapped up in, mainly trying to prove the Qur'an, and it's a nice book and all that. It helps some people, yeah, it teaches them how to pray and all of that. But essentially the Qur'an is, like just a waste of a book because we have the Bible. So again, in today's psychology terms, these would be people in denial. Who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? That's their motto. Yeah, whatever you're seeing that you're trying to explain as the Quran, I can't accept that because it's not my book. It didn't come to me or us or we. And for most Christians, it didn't even come to you. What you practice as Christianity came out of ancient Rome. It didn't come out of the seat and the citadel of what came to be Christianity, Eastern Orthodox Christianity and that kind of thing. That came out of ancient Egypt. You're practicing something that came out of converted pagans. And you people calling yourselves Jews, you're practicing a Judaism that came out of converted people who were converted out of paganism into Judaism. Muslims who convert to Al-Islam come out of something that was existing in Allah's fitrah, the world of natural phenomenon. You can't trace it. It's neither east nor west, as Allah says in the Quran. Righteousness is not in turning your faces towards the east or towards the west. Righteousness is in these actions that follow. That's Al-Islam. It's not in how Arab you are, or how African you are, or how European you are. It is in how closely connected you are to Allah's fitrah, the natural native behaviors that are clocked into nature herself. Although all of the evidence is in front of them, they still refuse to believe it. They say if what you bring us is the truth, then, cause God to, bring lightning down from the sky and all these things they were asking for. There is a trick played by the translators in regard to the prefix be. Let me just show you what I'm referring to before we go on. Be, suratin. You see it? Be, suratin. It's not just suratin. It's prefixed by be. Just that small letter bait. So there's a trick that's played by the translators into English in regard to the prefix be. Just like in be, ism Allah, bismillah, which means in or with. In many instances, they leave this prefix untranslated, as they're doing in this surah. They never attach it to the word that follows, which in this case is the word surah. The prefix be can mean with, within, or along with, and represent two things working side by side, but not as equals. Oh, the advantage of learning numetics in terms of the letters. Oh, man. That's the only way you could actually happen upon this level of wisdom and language integrity. Once you know that the letter bait that they call ba represents two things that are working side by side, but not as equals. How do you know that, Instructor Bilal? Look at the phrase Bi-ism Allah, Bismillah. It means you are working in conjunction with Allah, but not as his equal. You're simply in his house. Isn't that what Bayt means? You're in Allah's house, Baytullah. But you ain't running nothing in here, partner. You're an apprentice in Allah's house. You're just here to learn. That's how you know. So it's two, but never equal. You're next to Allah because Allah has to protect you and protect the integrity of your house. So one of the meanings for the letter ba or bait is house. And within the average house, the two entities of parent and child are working side by side, but never as equals. The parents, if they're smart people, they're never going to give their little children the same level of freedom and access and all of that they give each other as parents. Are you kidding? They're the parents. You remember the old Bill Cosby show? There's us and then there's you. I'm telling you what to do in this house. This is my house. As soon as you can't respect that anymore, you need to move out and find your own house. I pay the bills here. You don't even have a job yet. You know how harsh it can get. But it's real. You can't be demanding stuff from me as your parent. You ain't been around the block by yourself yet. How are you going to tell me what to do in my house? People like to say, oh, no, well, this is our house. No, this is my house. When you start paying a portion of the rent, then it becomes our house. Once you grow into that level of responsibility, you can disagree with that if you want, it doesn't matter. The point is that those two entities, the ba always represents two, and one entity is greater than the other. You even look at the English letter B, the capital letter B. Let's show it to you. I've done this before. Look at it. When you magnify it, hold on. You see, the English Times Roman B, these two semicircles are not even. This one is bigger. This one is bigger. The support one is bigger than the one on top. This is also a pictogram of the pregnant woman. When she's pregnant, her breasts begin to expand, but her breasts are never going to expand further than her belly. And see, both words start with B in English, breast, belly. The breast will grow beyond what she normally has as the size of her normal breast when she's not pregnant, but it's going to be the belly that becomes bigger. You get it? That's B. Two things operating, but not the same level of possibilities. Got it? All right. So when we're working side by side with even our parents, one entity is the boss. That's your parent. And the other entity is the apprentice, the one that's there to learn. You got to learn before you can take charge. One is the teacher if you're in the schoolhouse, and the other one is a learner. You don't say the teacher and the student are equal. You say when the student is ready, the teacher appears. The letter Beit also represents a religious house or temple, which is also divided into two. That's what the word Beit actually means. It doesn't mean the house that you live in necessarily. It means a place where you go to for learning, for initiation into some level of information or understanding. So there's the priest and the initiate in the temple. The Arabic word surah has been falsely stated by the Manichaean scholars. I'm introducing a new word to you, Manichaean. It's your job to look that up and see where it comes from and how it's being used. The Manichaean scholars stated that the word surah means chapter. When they began to translate Fitra-based Arabic letters and words into Persian meanings for words. This was a major group doing that mistranslation, the Manichaeans. Study that word, look it up, be prepared to tell me about it next time we meet, or you can send it to me in an email, as many of you have started doing. I love the scholarship that you jump right into when we're finished with these classes. So that's from a fake root word combined of sin, waw, ra. That's what they say the root letters are for surah. They then translate it into English as chapter, which is false, although it means no such thing. In the Arabic language, the word al-fasl means the chapter. They already have a word in Arabic for chapter, or the chapter al-fasl. And it is used to describe divisions, segregations, and separations like you have in actual chapters of books and articles and that kind of thing. The Arabic word bab is also used in Arabic literature to signify a chapter. If surah indeed meant chapter, we should be able to use that word for any book, not just the Qur'an. You should be able to take a book off your shelf and say, this is divided into surahs. But you don't use that. They don't use that, haven't used that for any word other than divisions of the Qur'an. This fake root word and meaning was invented by the Manichaean Persian priests who were masquerading as imams purely for establishing their fake interpretation of the Qur'an. This is big, what I'm telling you right now. And if you don't know it, I know you feel it as I'm expressing it. This is big. This is major. This is a major, whatever the word is for upset, or turnaround or whatever, for Muslims especially. So I've left information here as to who the Manichaeans are, the Manavi, pardon me, in Iran. A brief history. You notice Iran is in the news again because of the possible assassination. I don't know, but the murder or the possible killing or the death of, we can say safely, of the leading figures in Iran's government. They went down in a couple of helicopters. More symbolism. I'm not going to read that, but this will be here. If you Google this title with who it's by, this article will come up and you can read it on your own. Save us time. All right. But the key word amongst these groups of people called the Manichaeans, the key word is dualism. They introduced dualism into religion, seeing things as twos. Allah is addressing these twos in the Qur'an. So their leader was a Persian sage or wise person called Mani. And he founded this religion. And it consisted of Zoroastrian dualism, Babylonian folklore, Buddhist ethics, and Christian Jewish elements. You got it? Mani was a Gnostic and believed in salvation by knowledge. You read the rest of that for yourself. It was the introduction of subtle Manichaean dualistic influences introduced by the fake mullahs and imams in Persia that produced the false belief in Islam that Allah and Satan are competitors, with both having, sort of equal power in the life of human beings. That's why we have to all of the time say, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir. Satan is always trying to get us, always trying. Well, who is this other Satan Allah is talking about in the Quran that he says is weak? Who's this other Satan in the Quran that Allah said, just shoo him off and be done with him. He's got no power except to call you. That's what Allah says in the Quran. So they keep fooling us by inserting these false, fake, phony meanings for Quranic words that they got out of the Persian language, put there by the Manichaeans, who had a host of influences that they put into the language. Dualism to begin with, Gnosticism to continue with. Jewish Gnosticism to continue with. Because what the Manichaeans did, the Jews before them had did the same thing through their rabbinical diatribes. Concluding, the word surah does not mean wall. It is a reference to the uppermost part of a wall. Remember, the Qur'an is here to teach you that which you before were not knowing and could not have access to as information. The Qur'an is here to provide information that can serve to even activate the pineal gland activity and responses. But you have to ponder it. You have to think about it. You have to dhikr upon it. You have to concentrate. You got to be motivated to turn these ideas over in the mind without interference from your family, your mate, your children, your neighbors, the television tube. You have to be willing sometimes to sit in the darkness of your own room and meditate. Bring things to the mid or to the middle or to the central point of focus so your third eye energies can begin to work on it. You know how when you're trying to think of something real deep, sometimes you just rub your forehead. See, your fitra already knows to do that. You're activating your third eye, your so-called third eye. Ain't no eye up there like that, but you're activating that energy center by rubbing your forehead. And then all of a sudden, oh, I got it. Excuse me for getting so excited. I got it. Write it down, better write it down. Okay. So your surah is up here. So it doesn't mean a physical wall. It means a physical wall in the world, but not in this paradigm. It is a reference, I repeat, to the uppermost part of a wall. The uppermost represents that which is highly exalted. That's what the word Seerah means. Highly honored, dignified, things high and glorified, things of eminence and elevation. The correct proto-root word for surah is sar, sin, alif, ra, or sin, hamza, ra, same thing, which means guideline, writing, course, the course that you take, where you have to be careful or you end up in the wrong course. The path that you take, the track. You know how subway trains, they can change tracks. You riding along and all of a sudden you feel a shift and now you're going in a different direction. If you had stayed on that track that you were on, you'd be in a whole nother place that you did not intend to be in. It's the same thing with following a surah or establishing a surah. You got to be careful that it's guiding you towards where Allah wants you to go. How do you know? Because you're checking with the Qur'an every step of the way, every mile of the road. You're checking. Am I doing this? You got a checklist. That's what I'm going to teach you to develop when we break into these smaller 5-people group. We're going to have checklists of things that we are to do every day from the Quran, from the Quran's hudan, the Quran's guidance. If Allah said, for instance, feed the poor, did you do that today? Not during the Eid. It doesn't say anything about Eid in the Quran. Just waiting for 1 or 2 days per year to feed the less fortunate. Do the less fortunate appear on the streets twice a year? Or are they out there every day, all day long? So the obligation, if Allah said to do this and that for your parent, to do this and that for the poor, to be just by people, whether they be rich or poor, then you're not supposed to be looking at rich people and saying, I ain't going to give him no support because he's already wealthy. He's already filthy rich. You're not, no, that's not the Quranic mind. That's the world's mind that they're trying to sell you. There was at one point when a wealthy man on this planet from Africa made a Hajj. He made a Hajj to Mecca, and he distributed all of his country's wealth along the way in gold dust, mostly. He gave away all of his wealth, not knowing whether he'd be able to return from Hajj. He was leaving from Africa. Where was the country? Somebody knows. You just chime in. Was it not Ghana? Was it Ghana? No.
Mali.
Mali. Thank you. Very important country. Yeah. Mansa Musa. Yes.
Yeah.
Mansa Musa made a Hajj from Mali to Mecca, where he distributed with all of his train of camels and horses, riding behind him or with him. He distributed all of that wealth along the way, not knowing, as I said, whether he would even return because of the arduous journey that he was embarking upon. And instead, when Allah blessed him to return, the people, those poor people he was distributing that gold dust along the way to, they became very wealthy because of their investments. What today would be called the stock market, it just completely plummeted and crashed. It was a bad thing for the economy, but it was a great thing for those individuals. Mansa Musa, black man. I even call somebody black. He was black. And per capita, he's considered to be the wealthiest individual that has ever lived on earth. And nobody comes close to even matching that when you compare his dollars to today's dollars. By far, he outstripped he outstripped George Soros and Trump, all of them put together. Mansa Musa accumulated more wealth than all of those so-called rich people in the world now put together. He was still more wealthy. Who did that for him? That's not a rhetorical question. Who did that for him? Anybody can answer.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
That's right. And guess what? Here are my final words. Allah's about to do the same thing for us. Salaamun Alaykum to you all. I see there are some people who have questions in the chat. Let me look at them real quick. I don't want to hold you any further than this. So I'm going to ask Bayina if she's out there. I believe she is. Wow. Yeah, she's out there.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Alhamdulillah.
Please send that to me and I will answer folks in an email. This is just too much for me to handle right now. My voice is going and I have other things I need to get to, and I'm sure you do also. But thank you sincerely for staying with me this length of time. It's going on 8 o'clock and we began at 3 p.m. William Safir, thank you for all that you do. Waliuddin and the other people that I have working side by side with me on certain projects. We're making progress. Trust me when I tell you that. Just continue to hold on to this rope. Do not do anything different. I don't care what comes across your table, your lap, or your laptop. Stick and stay with Nunetics Institute, and you're about to see some real life 21st century miracles happen in front of you, that each and every one of you, if you choose to participate, it's going to benefit you and your family tremendously. I thank Allah to have met William Safir. He's putting together the business plan for Nunetics Institute. That's going to be second to none. And there are people, believe it or not, already out there who are ready, willing, and able to support us. All we have to do is bring the correct paperwork. And all you have to do is decide what area you want to be in and work in and prosper in. And that's what those 5 people groups are going to be. So it's vitally important that you, once we tell you what groups you're in, it's vitally important for you to show up. It's only a half an hour per week during the week. You need to show up to those groups. If you don't, you're kind of cutting yourself out of the progress. Am I saying that correctly, William? I don't want to be too harsh.
No, you're good.
All right. They need to show up to those groups. That's what you signed on to. You know how when you sign on to a college course or something, they say, okay, we're going to take a field trip. You don't say, I don't want to do that. That's a part of the lesson plan. That's a part of what's getting you your grade. You can't just sign off of that on the corner. It's too hot outside. No, it's going to be hot for a minute in America. And we're helping you find the cooling, like in Moses' day, Musa's way. We're helping you find the places to be able to just dip your hand and at least take a gulpful of that fresh spring water. That's all we're trying to do is offer you a handful. Don't be too greedy like those people in Moses' time. And they got cut off. Just take what you can handle. Take what you can handle. Take a ladle full and pass the ladle to the next person, to your cousin Pookie, to your mama who's trying to figure out what you do every Sunday when you disappear for 3 and 4 hours at a time. When you can't answer the phone when she calls you because you're in class. That's where you have to be. It's a beautiful thing when you understand it. All right. So with that said, we're going to end with Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanatan wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina adhaban nar. Our guardian evolver, grant us the excellence of this life called the dunya, and grant us the excellence of the life that's always following. Al-akhirah is always, it's not when you die and wake up in a new world. That's another aspect of the akhirah. But the immediate akhirah is every time you breathe in and breathe out, that next moment is akhirah. So give us the best of this present life where we can do things presently, but also give us the excellence of anything that comes after this. Be prepared for the next moment. Live in the now, and then to be able to follow that now into the unperceivable future. Big talk, I know, but it's for you people who like to think big. And save us from the nar. Save us from the fire, some of which we spoke about earlier. The nar. That's an important statement. Save us from the fire. Save us from the fear that's about to ensue and probably encapture the entire planet in the next few months. There's going to be an unprecedented level of fear around the world, not just here, but it will be precipitated by what happens politically and economically in the world as we speak. And if you're caught off guard, your goodness will not save you. I've told you that over and over again. Your goodness is good. It registers in your account when you have to return to Allah for an account, but it won't help you in this life if you're good with no direction. If you're good, but when your family says, what do we do now? We don't have any employment. We don't have any money. We're running out of food, Daddy. What do we do? And you don't have an answer. All of your goodness is going to count for naught, because Allah gave you a brain to be able to figure out ahead of time. See? Ahead of time. It hasn't happened yet, and we hope it won't happen, but in the event it does, it's better to be prepared and nothing happen than to not be prepared and then a whole lot of things happen that you're not prepared for. So this has been a beautiful journey today. Will you all agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll see you next time. And I'll be meeting with you during the week. I'll be forming those groups. Inshallah, I'll have the time to do it after we complete this business plan this week. And be on that bandwagon. Don't miss out. Don't miss your spot on that bandwagon. As I greet you with the greetings of peace, Salaamun Alaykum.
Alaikum salam.
Good to see all of you.
Yes, indeed.
All right. Greetings to your families.
All right. Salaamun Alaykum.
Alaikum salam.